Hello everyone, this is Rex Red. I am back with another awesome 3D EZ3D tutorial today. Today we're going to cover a bunch of things. Hopefully a bunch of my subscribers will show up for this. I would like to get a few things, clarify a few things about my channel, just so people know. Welcome. About my channel, my channel's a live tutorial channel, okay? So you're not going to get videos of me just doing one thing like here's a cube and here's how you change the pivot point. Thank you. Bye. Hope you learned something. Because the things that I do with my channel are involved. A lot of them require, I just finished creating a scene in Daz Studio that took me 2.5 days to make, okay? Now, I'm not going to broadcast for 24 hours, 30 hours on YouTube, okay, making a scene that big. But I just sat alone, solitary alone, working on some of the most complex things that I've ever done in a scene. And it took me over 24 hours to make that one picture. Now, but the reason why I did it was because I didn't want to come on here and show you how to do things kind of like as I'm learning myself. I like to come on here and know kind of what I'm already doing. So that is why I spend a lot of time doing things, is because I want to know kind of what I'm doing, if that makes any sense. So now what we're going to do is we're going to contour land. Now, in ultra scenery, the first thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to put a piece of ultra scenery land in here. Well, the first thing actually I'm going to do is put a figure in our scene so we know how big things are, okay? So we have a frame of reference. It's like, this is how big a person is, so that we know how big everything else is. So let's go with this Vic character. We don't need an HD character. We're just using them for a reference. And what we're going to do is I'm going to show you, in ultra scenery, the big problem with it is you get these land formations, and you're stuck with that land. You can't make your own land shape, and you say, well, I'd like to have land like this. Well, it doesn't give you that. You're stuck with the land they give you. And then it comes to the point where, well, I'd like to make land, my own land. How do you do that? How do you make land that, like in ultra scenery, where the road has like these little margins on the side? And okay, we're going to put some pants on Vic here, and we go do that through the scripts. Underwear 9. Okay, we'll put some pants on him. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to load ultra scenery in. Okay, I'm going to create a camera. Okay, and we're going to load ultra scenery in so we can just see how big their land is. We'll go make it flat so we know it's not being distorted by the height. Okay, so we'll go 1, and then we go to features. We're just going to turn the base grass, the daisies, the tufts, and all of that off. We're going to use the camera, I guess, and build. Okay, so we can see roughly how big a piece of land ultra scenery creates. Done. close. And okay, so we can take our Vic guy here and bring him up like that. So he's standing on the land. Now what we're going to do is we're going to look at this land. And you can see that the ultra scenery land is roughly, I would say it's almost 1/3 larger than the measurement piece of land. And when you see our character here in the middle, you can barely see our character. Okay, because our character is so small that it makes this ultra scenery land almost seem infinite, like it just goes on and on forever. It just seems like that. And like I said, when we zoom out, we can barely see our character. I can see them a little bit there, but it's very, they're very small. You can see the camera as well. So, in making your own land, now what we're going to do is one more thing here. We're going to turn off the floor. Okay, now when we look here, there's no more floor left. Art! You made it, and you made it to the beginning of the tutorial. Good. You're going to learn something today. I hope I have something that's exciting to you today. Today we're going to jump into Blender and back, and I'm going to show you how to make your own ultra scenery kind of terrain with roads and like little margins on the side of the road, and so that you can make your own land and you can shape the land the way you kind of want it to be, okay? We're looking comparatively. Now, as you can see, we have a Genesis 9 figure way in the middle. This is an ultra scenery terrain, just so you know basically how big it is. And what I want to do now is go to wireframe. And now you can see. Awesome, awesome. This is going to be a fun tutorial. I think you're going to enjoy this, okay? So what I'm going to do is show you how to make an ultra scenery terrain. Now you can see that this terrain, when we go and look at Victoria, this terrain was made in kind of a way that I've heard is a no-no, okay? This is not, like, if you look at Victor here, notice how most of his topography, I guess this is called, when this is mesh. Notice how it's mostly squares, and every once in a while you get to a place where, like in his face, where if we go to texture shaded, wire shaded, you'll see that every once in a while they do this triangular kind of thing. But most of the squares here are square, okay? Most of the topography is square. And there's a good reason why, because when you want to divide that into subdivide it, then it's easy to just divide it into more squares and more squares and squares. But when they're triangles, subdividing doesn't really work that well. It doesn't work kind of predictable, and it leaves you with jagged surfaces. I'm just going in and giving you that little bit of information about topography, okay? That's why it's done in squares, because it's easier to subdivide, okay? Now, when we look at this ultra scenery ground, and it's like, yes, it's in squares, because you can see it's in squares, but it's also been subdivided in triangles, and it has these like little 5-sided, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's actually 6-sided triangles. I don't know why they chose this particular topography for the land, okay? But it's not incredibly fine, okay? And what they give you is what you get, is kind of thing with their land. And now if I go into the we'll switch this terrain. We'll go back into ultra scenery. We're going to be shifting gears real quick here. I'm just doing, this is just kind of like a preliminary part of this tutorial. So we're going to go now, and for features, we're just going to find a basic road, okay? A dirt track, and we're going to make sure everything's turned off and build the scene. Okay. And I didn't do that right. Now we have 2 ultra scenery terrains. Okay, I can get rid of the other one. Did I turn all this stuff off? No, it's loading. I didn't do this right. Okay, so we will get rid of this. Okay, done. Okay, done. Close. Let's get rid of this. We just want this one scene. Ultra scene. Okay, this one here. Now when I go back in here, it should load the scene back up. And all I want to do is change the features so that we have a road like this. Let's do it with this road. So it's kind of like a dirt track. And we build. Everything's turned off. And let's build this. Let's take a look at what we're trying to create, okay? Because the thing is if we don't take a look at what we're trying to create, then when we try to create our own road, we may not. Now this has a little bit, I don't think this is completely flat. Oh, because you can see the roads coming through, okay? So they've changed, look, you can see the road here. And this is not an incredibly detailed road, but it's not on an incredibly detailed map, but the road itself, now we go to texture shaded, is now you can see that this has a you can see basically how wide the road is. Okay, now he is standing at the center of our scene, and if we just zoom out here on this, we can see what we're dealing with. This is basically the size of the land. So I would assume that ultra scenery, the people who created ultra scenery, decided that, I think it's Howie Farks, and I think Martin Frost works with it. I'm not sure exactly. I think it was, but they said, you know, if we go any bigger with this land, it's not going to populate. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to hide this land, and we're going to now turn back on our ruler here, show floor. And as you can see, this land is about a third bigger. I'm just guessing. It looks like it's about a third bigger than the basic land land floor in Daz. Okay, so that's what we need, is we need a human in the scene so we know basically how big a piece of land. And this is enough to kind of make it look almost infinite. The road looks like it maybe goes over a hill or something, but without the road, it kind of looks infinite, like it just goes on forever. But or at least it goes over a hill, like there's a hill in front of it. So it doesn't look bad, like you can just look down and see, oh, there's no edge. And then we have this piece of land so we can see basically how, now if we put our character over here, it would be even bigger looking. So, or if we moved the land over and made use of the real estate there. So basically what I'm trying to say here with this is don't make your land any bigger than this, or your system. Or when you go to create your scene on top of the land, it's going to bog your system down. And then the other thing is don't make, when you get to your wireframe and we turn this floor off, okay, don't make your wireframe any finer than this, because you may also end up with problems. So what we can do, with it just being way too much geometry in your scene. So that's basically you can learn. So what you can do is bring a piece of ultra scenery land in, bring a figure in, and when you start to create your land, you can turn this off and on to see basically how close you've come to creating land that has the same type of topography, the same kind of little divisions in it. So what we're going to do now is go here we'll turn this off, and we're going to turn the floor back on, and here's where the fun starts. We're going to create a road, okay? And so we're going to create a new primitive, and it's going to be a plane, and we'll say 2 meters. Divisions, let's go 100. All right, and accept. And let's see what this gives us. Now we zoom in on this plane, and this plane doesn't look wide enough to be a road. So I would say and it looks much finer than, but what happens when we stretch this, we scale it, you see then our little squares become larger, okay? So, and by the time we end up stretching it to the size that we might want it, our squares may end up like really large. Okay, so we zoom out and see this is about the size, okay, because you can see that this is about the size. And so this is a little bit bigger than what I would expect, but also, so all right, so what we're going to do, Z, is we're going to take this road here, and if we go to scale, what would be 100, would be 100%. Okay, that's the size we made it. So what if we go 150? Now, we're going to zoom in on this, and what we want to do, or 200, is we want to be extremely precise with now that looks wide enough where it could be a road. Now let's turn back on ultra scenery, and let's go to texture shaded, Let's see. Now you see that's not really, it's a 1-car road, okay? All right, so basically, and we turn this off, and we see our plane here. That's big enough for as a one-car road, okay? So let's, and then also what we are thinking, okay, is that what we want to do is, now this piece of land here with the ultra scenery is, it's one piece of land, okay? And what it has built into it are zones, okay? There is a zone in the center here. There is a zone here for the road. There's a zone along the edge that runs along the edge, and then there's a zone here in the field, okay? And within the field there might be other kind of like zones. I don't know that zones are the exact word that they use, but that's what they are. And so when you populate the scene, it knows to put things in these zones. Like it knows to put these verge plants along the edge of the road and in the center of the road, okay? And then in this area, it knows to put other things. And the same, if there was a lake here, it would have zone around the lake, and then and which would be for the verge, like different, like lower kind of plants that grow around the lake. And then out around that verge would be your forest kind of plants and things. And so that is what we're talking about. Now, what we can do is we can take this and make a very large scene, or we could theoretically take this piece of land from ultra scenery, bring this into Daz Studio, now you see, bring this into Blender, and we could reshape this in whatever way we want. We could put hills wherever we want. We could drag this road over, and so it goes round like that instead of like a kind of like an S. There, that's the whole thing, is we could just use this and contour this. Now, when we look at this plane, okay, this is the terrain part, and then we go to surfaces, and we go here. You see, soil layer. Look at this now. You see, we have terrain, and we have lines. Okay, soil layer, ground cover. Okay, so all of these UV map and smoothing. So these different parts here are a complex part of this land, okay? So, because like these are layers that are in this land, and so what you can do so the idea is to try and make your own land. This is the idea that we're trying to come up with, okay? Is the idea of making your own land. Now, you can take, let's just kind of hide this for now, and let's start with our own piece of land. So what you can, now that we hide the ultra terrain, now we have a plane in here. So if we take this plane and let's take this plane out and let's create it a little bit more. Let's go to window. Okay, go back to here. Let's create this plane a little bit more. Like we'll go with 300. 300 divisions. And now when we stretch this out, tool settings, let's do it in a predictable way. Let's go 500%. Let's go 1,000. Okay, that's still not enough. Let's go 4,000. Okay, let's go 3,000. Okay, and we're going to go into wireframe. Now you see that is still too fine. So we're going to, how many did I do that with? Let's go to, we did it with 300. Let's try 200 divisions. And then let's go back to, what was that, 3,000? Plane, 3,000. Scale, 3000. And that looks about, now we turn this ultra scenery terrain on. And that looks about the same kind of resolution, roughly. It looks a little finer here. It doesn't hurt to have it a little finer, but it can, depending on, and this has, if we zoom up close to this, you can see that this is little squares, where the other one is made of little, that orthographic view is made of triangles. But this is going to transform, I would think, better than this land. So what we have now is when we go to Mesh Grabber, okay, and we say, okay, well, let's transform this land, okay, and there's a problem with that, okay, so we go to the plane and we go to Mesh Grabber. See, I've been here. I've already done this before. I know what we're going to have here. So if I take this fall off radius all the way, okay, we got to go and zoom back in. This is kind of weird. And zoom out like this, I guess. Which way is the top here? Okay, is that you can see this is the largest that you can make this, and you can make the size of the, all right, and so that's the largest that you can transform. So you're going to have a kind of a mess because it looks like it's being, you know, it looks like something just grabbed it and pulled that up. It doesn't look like a giant, like it's a hill. It looks, and you have different things like fall off where you can do other things. Let's see, we select this plane. There are some like linear, but they're not incredible. The problem is that this is the biggest you can make it. Now, if I could make this a lot bigger, then I could kind of tug at the land. But this is the extent of what you have in Daz to do the topography of your land, okay? And that isn't good, okay? So now, another thing that we're looking at is zones, okay? So Mesh Grabber isn't going to really do it for, because if you want to just say, okay, well, this is sort of downhill, and this hill, and it goes sort of straight, and then out towards the end, it just goes up a little ways, okay, and then goes down sort of. You can't really create that with this because it's just, you'd have to keep pulling on it in different places, and even that, and it's just a mess to try and shape this land with this piece. It's not it's just not made to do it. Okay? So it's out. That the idea of trying, because there's no other way to do that in Daz. Now there is one other way, okay? Is that you could take a piece of land that you already have, you could turn this land into a dForce object and drop it down on there, and it might sort of contour to those shapes. I've tried that before. I've been there. But the thing is that you would get, like with this, if I wanted to take this piece of land and drop it onto the ultra scenery land, okay, where I could bring the plane up a little bit higher and put dForce on it. So we go to surfaces. Let's go to this ultra scenery, okay, and we'll go to favorites, and we'll go back into ultra scenery, and we'll give this 5 so it has some contours, and build it there. Rebuild. Okay. Done. Close. And now, as you can see, this, we'll turn the plane off. This has some kind of contour to it. And it's now you can see what they've done. They've taken some kind of thing and just pulled a little bit here, but they had a grabbing tool that we don't have. They were able to pull this whole area. I don't know why this looks so orthographic. When I'm wondering if it's this. Let's see if I pull this back in and then go like that. Yeah, that's a little better. So they had a tool to pull at this ever so gently and to contour it in a way that with a bigger tool, because you take a big gigantic, like really big circle, almost the size of this, that has like a very gradual pull, and then you can just pull at this so easy, and it's going to look. And that's the same thing with mountains in Daz. You want to reshape a mountain, you can't do it. There aren't tools in Daz to do it. You have to take things out of here. So technically I could take this plane now and put this, raise it up over top of here, like parameters, Y translate, and it is centered, right? Y translate it is. And then I could just put some create, edit, object, geometry, add dForce modifier, dynamic surface, and then we can simulate it. And this plane is going to drop down from there. And I hope it's going to drop fast enough down. No, it needs the timeline to do this. Okay, and I also did it from, okay, so we'll clear that. And what we'll do is we'll go to our initialization off, and we'll go to our environment, And we'll go to timeline, and we'll go down here, and we'll set this to about 300. Okay, and that should be enough, and we'll move this down as far as we can so that it's close, the closest we can get it to there without it intersecting. Y translate. Okay. This is a way to contour, but what you're going to end up with is something that you've already got. Okay, but I'm just showing you that this is a way to create your own land by laying it over top of something and then running a dForce simulation on it. Simulate. Okay, and now we're going to see. But what happens is it's not an exact copy. It kind of like sort of, and you can possibly set it to be like, instead of like leather, maybe to be more like silk, and then it might actually contour a little better. But as you can see, it is contouring to the land there. And we may even have the impression of a road here. So that is in the land. Okay, and why would you want to do this? You really wouldn't, because you already have this ultra scenery land and everything. But the thing is that you just may want to have sometimes what's kind of interesting now, what's happening with the graphics here, something, I think it's saying I'm already down, I'm there, I don't need to be here anymore. I don't know what's going on with this, but it's got some kind of graphics weird thing going on. So I think this is enough. Okay, and so now when we take this ultra scenery land away, and look, it does actually have the impression of a road through here. Okay, so this is our, so this does in theory work to create another impression. But if you needed another piece of land, okay, so that you could put maybe like some snow over on another terrain, something a transparency over the ground, or something over the ground, all you would do then would be to take this ultra scenery terrain and duplicate it. And then you have an exact copy that you could just raise by a few degrees. Okay, so there is another option, okay, here. And what we're going to do is we're going to clear this, and we have our ultra scenery terrain turned off. And what I'm going to do is delete this plane first. And we'll put it back in because I've got dForce on it, and I don't know what that would do to Blender. So we'll go and add this terrain back, and then we'll scale it to 3000. Okay, what I'm going to do here now is we're going to try another approach. Okay, and there's two ways to do this. I'm going to show you a kind of harder way, and then we'll look at another little easier way. So we're going to take this plane and we're going to scale it along the X. We'll go, let's zoom in, and we're going to scale it 150. What is that, 150? No, 200. And like I said, that's about the width of a single car road. Okay, now and then we'll scale it Z 3000. Was that okay? Now let's take a look at this. Now that's too much. We'll go 2000. And we'll go, let's go 1/500. Yeah, that's about good. Now, when we zoom back in on our figure, we've got a road here, okay? And the problem with this road is it's flat, and it doesn't look very good, okay? So then what we do is we take this plane again, and now we can bring another plane in, which would be, let's say, 50. Let's say 100. Okay, and plane 2. Okay, so this one's going to be road. Road. Oh. Okay, it won't let me. Okay, there we go. Road. Okay, and oh, it would help if I. Okay, and this X1 is going to be margin right. Right. Okay, so we're going to take this margin here, and when we go here now to, it's kind of hard to see this margin, but we'll zoom out a little bit. And now we want to move that margin. Okay, that's a little bit too much for our margin. So let's go with, let's take this margin and delete it. And we'll go 1 meter for the margin, 100 divisions. Okay, and so let's move it over to the right. Tool. Now this is the kind of hard part. Okay, is this margin right? Right. Okay, we're going to translate it a positive value of, let's say, 200 and see where that takes us. Now we go 250. And there it is. Okay, so we have, and you can tell where we've got these exact kind of, you have to be exact with this, all right? So then we go with our Z scale. We'll go 2,000. See how far that takes us. No, 4,000. Let's zoom out here. 5,000. 6,000. And you have to make sure, it doesn't have to be perfect on the ends, but we did it, okay? So there's our right margin. And then what we do is we duplicate this, edit, duplicate. And then we take this margin. Now the right margin is 250. So the left margin, we'd go minus 250. And that gives us a little bit of a curb for our road. And then, I think this is kind of too long for a road, but let's just go with this. And then now what we're going to do now is create a field that goes off to the side. So we would take, and we would want the field just kind of, so I have okay, we're still in Mesh Grabber. Okay, now I have a feeling that I made this way too fine, okay? So we're going to try to make less geometry in the field, okay? So let's now put in well, what we could do is we could just take this. I think I put less geometry in the margin. So let's move the margin over this right margin. Let's duplicate it, edit, duplicate. And let's move the margin over by 50. By 50? We would do margin 3, and this is going to call this grass, right. Okay, and so we're going to move this over to 300. Does this work? No. I think that's too much. See, there's our, okay, so it would be 250. No, okay. I think that's not right. Okay. What we have to do, okay. Zoom back in on him. Okay, it looks like it's there. Why was that 250? Okay, 50. The road is centered. Margin right is 50. Two is 250. Okay, because it's each one of these is 200. Okay, I'm not sure of the math, okay, but the thing is now what we would want to do, okay, this isn't that easy because if we're going to size this by, we go, we would scale it on the X plane by 2000. And then we go by 2000, and then we move this to the right, I guess. So we just keep moving it until we're roughly, you move it over. Okay, let's see. That's about to the edge. We want that a little wider, so we go 2,500. Let's go 2,500. And we bring this over like this. Okay. And you just get it close enough, and then you're going to know roughly 2,000. Now let's get back here to Victoria. See, that's a little too much. So we're going to go, we're 2,400. So let's go 2,450. And I think that just shored it up. Yeah. Okay, so what we would do is duplicate this now, the grass right, margin 2 right. Oh, okay. Why do we have two margins? Okay, this is margin left. Okay, and now we take our grass here and duplicate that. Edit, duplicate. And then so you have to kind of do a little bit of math here. And then we go to, this would be grass left. And why does that margin? Well, I guess if you do your geometry right, it should work. Okay, now, so we just take this now and we put a minus here. And that is how we make this all work. Now we have, why do I have a piece, why do I have a plane here in the middle of this all? Okay, now, so we have our road. Let's see, the road. Let's turn these off. Okay, okay, we have the margin. Why is our margin there? Margin's supposed to be there. Okay, road margin. Okay, so something's wrong here with this margin, because then the margin, Okay, margin left is 250. Margin right would be 250 here. And then our grass. Okay, that's correct. And that's correct, I think. No, the grass on the right and left are okay. No, they have to be moved over some more. Whatever that is, because it's somehow I messed this up. Okay, so we'll move this over until it's roughly lined up there. And that should give us a good idea of what this would be. 2550. Okay. 1005. It's usually based on fives. Okay, so it doesn't usually go below, like, to line things up. This is like meters. Usually you don't have to go into decimals, like 0.2 kind of thing. You can usually get them all lined up on increments of 5, okay, I've found. Okay, so you go now, copy this. We may put this in here, and we just want that minus V, enter, and now we have a road with 2 margins. You know, you could call them whatever you want, but okay, now what we're going to do is we'll get rid of the ultra scenery terrain, and we have our Victoria. We don't need Victoria in the scene right now, and we don't need our camera in the scene. What we need is this all here. Get rid of our timeline for a moment. And I'm going to group this all just for the heck of it. So we're going to call this terrain. And we're going to save this scene as terrain. Save as scene. Terrain. Okay. The rhythm of terrain. Okay, here we go. And now we go. So what we have in here is our grass, right? These large grass plains. And then we have this little margin here, which might be a little too wide. You are the artist. You decide how much of a like gutter you want on your road, okay? And the thing is that you can populate this with little stones, and you can populate it with little trees and bushes. You can give it its own texture, and that's what we're going to do next. Is we're going to give everything an uber base. In surfaces, select it all, and then we go here to default, and we go to shaders, array, and here's an uber base. Give it all an uber base. And we are in wireframe. The reason why these look, because they have a finer mesh, okay? So now we're going to go into array just for the heck of it. And as you can see, it's all one unified plane. But the problem is if I were to grab this with mesh grabber and try to it would only grab one piece at a time, and the other pieces would stay flat. And so it's not one piece of geometry. So here is where we go here. So what I'm going to do is give the road a different texture. Let's say stone. Let's give the road a stone texture. We got to go into here. Select the road, okay. Let's give it a stone texture. and it's going to look kind of weird. So what we do with this is we go into the editor and we drag this road. Where are they? Is this an Uber base? Okay, somewhere in here, there. Okay, here we go, vertical tiles. We bring these tiles up. Okay, 9. We bring the vertical tiles, vertical ones. It's not working. Okay, why isn't this working? Okay, road. Let's go to 500. I don't like this Uber base for some reason. So let's go back to these. And something's weird about that. I have a bunch. Art Angus. Hello, people. Okay, I think that's the one I used, and it just didn't switch them for some reason. I'm not having a good thing at this now. It's not working. All right, let's look for a different Uber base. Let's try this one. Architectural. Okay, instead of that, what I'll do is just put my texture on it that I want. Okay, and that's what I did actually. Let's go stone. So, all right, we're going to try a different one, a different shader. For some reason, this isn't, it may be so large that I just have to have a gigantic number to bring it down. Let's see. So let's, I don't remember it having to be this large before, but sometimes Daz is like that. Okay. Usually these are down at the bottom, and for some reason these are like in the middle, these vertical things, you know? So I don't recognize this Uber base. But let's go with 3000. No, see, it didn't change at all. I don't know why. Something's up here. Okay, all right. Now let's try, because it's just not. It's not responding. Okay, now if I put, let's go back to shaders. And Uber. Something is very strange here because this isn't responding at all. Okay, now let's try going into okay. Yeah, this isn't responding. We've got the road. Okay, it says road selected. And I don't know why. Okay, yeah, road. Because when I put the Uber base on it, it should have turned it back to just clear. It should have cleared the. Okay, let's. I'm not sure what a render would do at this point, but we can throw it into a render. 2000. Okay, it's just going to look like the same thing, but a little bit yeah, a little bit rendered. Yeah, so yeah, it's not the it's not responding. Okay, I'm thinking that it's, I stretched it so much, but that shouldn't have done this. Doesn't make any sense. Now let's try putting now all of these have an uber base. Let's put a stone texture on the grass. It's art. It's not because Daz is corrupted. It's something else that I'm not. It's not because of that. Okay, it's because of something that I'm doing here. It's not a corruption in Daz. Okay, I've been working for the last 24 hours. I just spent 24 hours in a scene, and Daz did not give me one issue. And it was a very complex scene with about 8 ultra scatters in the same scene, and it didn't crash once. It didn't. Yeah, but I didn't know how it loaded. Oh, all right. Well, that's cool. I'll be here. All right, now. All right, let's see now. The road. This could be because I stretched it hugely and threw off the where, okay, let's put yeah, okay, we have an uber base on here. Let's go for some kind of grass texture shader, grass shader. I have to make sure they're iRay before I put it on here. Okay, grass. Now this is this. See what's okay. Now this is a typical iRay shader. So let's put this on here. Okay, now that looks kind of reasonable now. And then what we do is we go into, okay, so let's put this grass shader on here. The road. See, something is corrupted about that. It won't let me. It won't let me change the. There's some kind of odd thing that I've done to it. I've iRay. I need some kind of thing to reset the base shader. Let's try that. Editor. Okay, road. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, what I'm going to do is this road here. What I did was I took this piece here and I made the road from that. So what we'll do is we'll duplicate this and we'll move this into the center like this. And parameters. And we're going to go to 0, X. And then we're going to scale it by, what was it, 200? No, it was 300. Oh, there's a crash. Close. Yeah, something was odd up with the Daz. So it's closed anyway. I don't know what caused that. So I think it was a weird texture. I put some kind of weird uber base that was not a regular uber base. Okay, so we'll open this up and terrain and maybe. Okay, there's our road. Okay, let's zoom out again. I probably at this point need to stand corrected. Okay, so we're going to now go to surfaces, road, And we're going to presets, all. We're not going to use the same Uber base. All right, so we're going to select all of this. And we're going to find an Uber base, reset surface. Is this a iRay? No, it doesn't say iRay, so I don't dare use it. Let's find an Uber base. Whatever that Uber base was, it wasn't a standard one. And that's what screwed it up. Now let's go to shaders, iRay. Uber. Why is all this other Uber stuff in here when it's really supposed to just be okay, so I just have to find one. We'll go back to shaders. If I scroll down enough, I'll find it. I just thought, you know, I saw Jay go into the Uber base, you know, into iRay, and I thought, okay, well, I'll try that. And it just doesn't seem to have worked. We'll try one of these Uber bases. These are what I usually can do, and they work. Okay, I don't think it put it on all of them because only one of them now has it. So we go to the margin here. Margin. And we go to this. And back to here. And we go to the grass left. And grass right. You see, I just want to have a material on it before I bring it into Blender. Okay, so this is now, but I'd like to have another material so that I can differentiate, so I can see the road and I can see the two grass patches on the side. So let's go to grass here, and now let's type in grass. We got to select this grass, okay, and let's put this shader right here on it. That looks yellow green. All right, there's one grass, and then this is another grass on the other grass side. Okay, and now we've got our margins, and I think I made my margins too big on the side of the road, but we can fill it with different things. And so now the margin, okay, this is let's just use a different color grass. Okay, let's see if this stands out enough. We got it selected here. This. Okay, that does stand out enough. I think it doesn't stand out quite enough. Okay, we got to use an MDL shader. I hope I didn't just mess that up. Okay, and the margin right. And here we go. Welcome, D. Welcome. We are working here. Awesome to have you here. Thank you. And thank you for the likes, people. Now we're going to put some kind of stone thing here. So let's find some stone. And we're not going to use the same stone shit. No, not those. Let's go down and find some different stone shaders here. One of these. Alien rocks. Now, the alien rocks. Eve, welcome. Oh, yes, I remember you. I remember your name now. Awesome to have you here. Very awesome. We are creating, we just took some planes and we lined them up and we've made, I don't need a big 2K texture. Okay, I got to select this. Nope, we don't need a new scene. We lined up. Okay, now this one has this problem again, but I believe I can fix that this time. And so we made some planes, and we kind of messed around with the size. We're trying to make our own ultra scenery road. And so that is the plan here. Let's try this with a stone walk. Okay. And is that, I think okay. Did that switch? I didn't see it switch. Maybe. Okay, something is really weird about. Okay, let's save this about this center piece. Okay, and I bet if I go back into the shaders, so we're going to bring this into Blender, and we're going to join this all so that it's one whole piece. So we got these two little margin. When we bring it back in, everything is going to still have its texture surfaces, areas. So now we go into this surface here, and this, I bet it's going to have the same problem. No, maybe not. Let's go to what, 200? Yeah, okay. So now it did allow me, but that's too much. Let's go to 30. All right. And then this one here, we can go to, we do the same thing because we stretched it along the top here. You're probably here at the best part of this, Eve, is during the, when we're going to take this into Blender, because you can go back and watch the beginning part if you want to see how we, let's try 30. Okay, that kind of looks like dirt a little bit. And then and that's a little too repetitive, so let's go to 20 or 10 maybe. And I mean, this doesn't look like a dirt road either. I would say it does kind of have some sort of dirt look, but it's very repetitive looking up the road. So I would say what we do is, and this is when you see how I zoomed out really fast, and because this is a huge world. I mean, this is, and if you right click on the button, it will allow you. Well, this is for you, because this enables you, instead of using ultra sceneries terrains, you know, they're prefabbed ones that, you know, the road goes this way and you're stuck with that, or this enables you to make your own kind of terrain. And the thing is now this is just a horrible surface for this. So let's at least make it bigger. Okay, so we go with what happens when we go to 1, or we go to 0.5 horizontal tiles, 0.5, and then we go here to 10, or to 2, to 5, or to 2. Okay, so we go to 1, and we go to 0.1. And so you guys know how to deal with how to do, but now it's starting to look sort of road-like. Okay, so I'm not going to mess with this. I just wanted to differentiate so you know that this is the margin. This looks a little bit too wide. So for this margin, let's see if we, the width of the margin here is where here? X scale. Why are they at 100%? Oh, because that is a full block. Okay, so if we go 50%. All right, and we go here. We'll just delete that one. And we go here now, and we need a figure in the scene again. So so we know how big things are, and also I can zoom back into the center a lot easier when I have a figure in the scene. So we're going to put a figure in here. Now we have Vic in the scene, so we can kind of zoom in. This enables me to kind of get over here, and now we're going to move this over. What I do is I move it over as close as until it's about where I want it, and then I go into, because you can see everything's built upon the grid. We're following the grid. So, and this might be a little over your head, a little bit confusing, Eve, because you came in kind of a little bit after I explained about using the grids and all, but you can go back and see that part. And I'm sorry if it's, but seems kind of a little bit kind of mathematical. All right, so we're going to go. Now this is at 226. I would say that would be 225. And there it is. Because I told you it's increments of 5. And so now we can move this over, which is going to mean moving it, finding the move point here. Move that over until it's right about there. And then, excellent, Eve, excellent. So now we're going to zoom back in here. And now that you can see that I've kind of butted this piece up, then we should be able to, that is X. It says 1,500. We'll just take that off because that's increments of 5. So that should be lined up. This should be lined up, and this should be lined up. So what we can do is just take and delete that. Okay, then take, and that's a little better for like a gutter. It's probably still too wide, but it'll work. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on aesthetics here. This right here, speaking of aesthetics, we might as well make this look a little bit more like it's just the grass. It looks too big, so everything looks too big on that. So we'll go to the grass. We'll go to the surfaces. Let's just do a little bit of aesthetics here. And we're going to go horizontal. We're going to 0.2. And we'll go here to 0.2. Oops, that was the wrong one. Z. All right, let's go to reset value. Sub D. All right, I don't know what I did there, but I think we'll go to 2 on sub D. And now we're going to go to horizontal tiles, okay, and vertical tiles, 0.2. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. All right, now this is starting to look like grass, okay? So you just kind of do it until it looks about right. And, okay, and so, all right, then we're going to take this and we're going to edit duplicate. And then we go into the parameters and we just put a minus here, okay? I hope. That puts it over here, and then we duplicate this, edit, duplicate, and we put a minus here in front of that. Okay, that looks a little better. I just thought the margins were too wide, and you can resize them to whatever you want. You can make the road size. At this point, it's a texture here. Then you could take this texture into this road into like Substance Painter and paint gravel and paint things onto it, or put it into Substance Painter and just create your own texture on it. So now I told you this is the hard way of doing this, okay? But I'm going to show it to you anyway, of just making separate objects for each one. So because it gives you this lesson of taking things into Blender and joining them together. Now, if I wanted to take Mesh Grabber on this, and if I selected that, it would only let me. Now we're going to get rid of our Vic here, okay? It would only let me grab this, and as I showed Art here earlier, when you do go into Mesh Grabber, we'll go on this grass part, and these are all in the terrain. Okay, let me see if I close that. Yeah, they're all. So we take the grass part. Okay, we have grass. Which one is what? That's grass left. Left, and that's grass right. And this is margin left. And this one is margin right. Okay. Mesh Grabber, let's just do it real quick. Grass right. Which one is grass right? We go into tools. And if we go into Mesh Grabber, we have, if I take the fall off radius and make it all the way up, okay, much Mesh Grabber here. Why isn't it letting me even use it here now? Okay, as you can see, this is still really, you have to actually move Mesh Grabber is messed up right now. It's so, but if I move this up a little, it clicks back into shape, but Mesh Grabber only goes so big. It's not good for mountains, and it's not good for large terrains. See, it's only moving a small part of the land, and it's not moving it the way you'd want, and it's not moving the whole thing together, okay? So we go ZZ. Okay, reset. All right, so we'll get out of Mesh Grabber. So what we're going to do is we're going to save this, file save, because I have it saved as terrain. Then I'm going to save this with the use the export to Blender, because usually it's up here in your this file. This is for Diffeomorphic, okay? Export into Blender, but you could probably also use the Blender bridge and just select all this and send it over the Blender bridge. But I'm going to use the Diffeomorphic, and if you know anything about that, you have to make two files. You have to make the terrain, and then you have to make the DBZ terrain file. You have to make a DUF file that is the Daz file, and then the terrain.dbz. Okay, and so it saved that. Now we can open Blender. I think it's over here. Where are you, Blender? And it is. It doesn't like being over here. There is Blender. Okay. Now we open this up and we delete the cube. And let's delete everything in the scene. Okay. And now we're going to just import this in. So we're going to go to the Daz import, easy import. And I'm going to go into that folder, my Daz Studio renders. Takes a moment for this to populate. It's every scene all right, so we're going to look, this is called terrain. And let's see if we can find it. It crashed. Oh, there it is. Okay, terrain.duff. Now, you want to load the duff file in, okay? So, easy import. I guess it is. So, we're going to go and do that. All right. There's always an error when you load stuff into here. Where is it? Where's our terrain? Let's try again. It might be file characters. Am I using the right one? Yeah. So it's not showing us the textures in here. And I kind of put the textures on for the reason, but as you can see, they are still all separate little objects. And if we zoom in on this and move down, okay, oops, let's see. What have I done here? Okay, they're not lining up with the Daz. Now, if I go into here, this is where I thought it was up in here. Aspect. Okay, well, you can look it up on YouTube, but there's a place here to switch it to Imperial. Okay, I think it might be here. It was right here. Okay, I think it might be this in this transforms. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take this now, this terrain. We have them here, and we're going to select them all, but we're going to select one of them to be the master. You see, so all of these are like light blue. All I did was select the triangles. But one of them, as you can see, is kind of highlighted. And that's what you have to do. You have to have them all selected, but one has to be highlighted. And then you can hold Control and hit J. And it should join them together. If it doesn't, then what you do is instead you right-click and click Join. And look what just happened. Okay? Now you say, well, why would I want to join them all together like that? You see, they still have separate. You can make the road the master. It really doesn't matter because all it's doing is joining them all together, okay? So that they're all one piece, but they're still deep inside. They still have their textured surfaces. They all still have their surfaces, and that is what's really nice about it, okay? Is that the surfaces are still built into here. So I could technically go in here and add a different blender surface to designate, but you kind of know what we're looking at. Now, if we go into wireframe, you can still see what we had here. Now, this is where it gets interesting because now we can select sculpt mode and oh, you're fine. You are fine. You are able. That's why I look down. I want to be able to interface with you all. I grind my beans weekly, and at that time, I make a gallon of espresso. I've got 2 stovetop espresso makers and refrigerator enough for my daughter to have a glass every other day. She works hard. Oh, very nice. Yeah, so now what we have here, awesome. So I'm going to select grab, and you see this radius. What we have is a much bigger radius. You can work with mountains here. And so now I can pull the whole road, and what I can do is this kind of number, okay? And pull this up, and pull this over like this. And maybe this down, and this up a little bit here, and pull that in, and Maybe pull that down a little bit here. You get the idea about how this is, and it's doing that to everything together. Okay? And that's what makes this really cool. Yeah! Isn't it art? Isn't this cool? So basically, then you can, and you can, you've got other tools here. You've got smoothing tools, so you can come through and smooth the geometry a little bit so that that's flattened. You can smooth it a little bit so that it takes out a little bit of the, you have all kinds of tools to do all kinds of really cool, but the main ones you want to use here is the grab. Yeah, well, that may not be legal, Art. Yeah, I hear you about speeders, because it's not good when people are now this is the grab, so you're going to mainly want to use this grab tool, and you can look at this and see how much you've kind of changed things, okay? All right, so now what we're going to do is, it's very easy, this part, okay? You just go export, and you would think you would export as an FBX, but actually, now the part... Oh, you two are partners in crime, I see. So, okay, we're going to save this as an OBJ, okay? Export, it's just, and really what's kind of nice about this is that you can't really go too wrong. I would say groups, material groups, object groups, vertex groups, I would add them just in case. And normals, UV coordinates, yeah, all of that, you want that. Now the scale and the forward X, it's probably going to come in upside down or sideways or what, but you just reset it, okay? So you guys are funny. I didn't see. I'm not even here. And so this is the terrain, and we're going to do this on the desktop. Export wavefront object. Now watch what we get when we get this back here into Daz. So we can get rid of this yucky terrain. So the thing is that you might want to save this terrain, okay? And every time that you want to make your own terrain, you just come back to your terrain. So we're going to save this. We'll go File, Save, all right? That would be terrain. Now we'll go Save As, Scene, Terrain 2. And what we'll do is just delete this terrain now. File. Now, as you can see, Eve, I used this square to make sure I didn't make, because you really need to watch the beginning of this video, because I talk about not making the geometry too complex, because we're talking about a gigantic terrain where your figure only is a tiny little dot in the middle of this. And if you put too much geometry in the scene, you won't be able to ultra scatter on it. You won't be able to put all kinds of things into the scene and load all kinds of landscape environments and things, because your scene is, your geometry that's in your mesh is too heavy. Okay, so File, Import. We're going to go to the desktop, and there's our terrain object. And you can change some of this stuff, but I just kind of let it come in, and if it's too big, I fix it, okay? So it's obviously way off, Okay, so what we're going to do, but it's got the stuff. Where am I? Okay, let's go from the front here. We're upside down. All right, so it looks like we've just got to change a few things here. The parameters would go, it's got to go at a 90-degree angle. It would be X rotate. So let's go 90. And then let's bring it up. Y translate. And where is our... Okay, let's go here. Okay. And then we want to move it over like this and scale it a bit. And voila, people. And what's nice about this, now this is really strange. We got to zoom back in, and then we can zoom out. This is an orthographic kind of mode. Now look at this. So what we have here, okay, is, and I'm not sure why this happens. You notice there's some little anomalies. It doesn't join that well. And I do kind of know a little bit about this. That Blender has another mode, which is kind of, it's like, well, it welds them together. And it's much more difficult because what you do is you can like put a claw on something, like if somebody like could put claws, like, or horns on somebody's arms, like what are they called? When you have they're geomorphs or geo things where they're part of their body, and the part that overlaps, like it goes in, if you put like a claw on and part of it goes through their skin, well, you have to cut that part out, and it's a complicated process to do that, but you can weld this all in together, and make it like so that it's actually one smooth geographs. That's it. And yeah, the geograph. Thank you, Eve. The geographs, like when you put the graft in, what you end up with is this edge, the sharp edge from the piece of geometry that you've stuck in. But then you have to weld it to get the geometry all together. And then then you have to cut the part out that sticks through. And once you cut that part out, then you can like weld that seam right together. And once it's welded together, then you can model it like it's all one piece. And that's another thing you can do in Blender. So what I do to fix this, okay, is in the final render, okay, you'll see this little line going through here, and what I do is I use the clone, and I'll go and I'll take and clone some of the road texture and just overlap. I'll clone some of the margin texture and overlap and just clone that line out. Okay. Now I'm going to show you another way to do this, okay? And so that is one way, and it does work. It does give you a piece of land. I'm not sure why that it's because they're joined and they're not welded together. And the way you graft something into the body in Blender, it's not that complicated. It's a process where you join, you use join, and then you use another process of welding, and I forget where it is and all. Okay, But we're going to try now a different process. And so what we're going to do is we'll take this terrain out. This does work because it gives you, now I'll just, while we have this here, okay, I'll show you how you would use this, because you take this terrain and you put your camera in the scene, edit, create, new camera, and copy active perspective. Let's look through the camera. And I would like to get it so that the corners, you can't see the corners here, so let's go in a little bit. All right, we'll go like that, and we'll flatten it out a little bit. All right, so this does theoretically work. I think I'd like to be down on the ground more, so we're actually down about where a character would stand. Okay, I did make it roly-poly hills, so I guess that's what we're here with. What I need to do is put a figure in the scene, but all right. Now what we do is we take and we select this terrain and we go into, as soon as it lets me do something, go into ultra scatter. Oh, we have to put something in the scene. So let's put some grass. Oh, we would need that grass here. X. Grass. And we'll find a nice little prop. Is that grass? Iray. Well, let's put it in the scene and find out. Long grass clump, surfaces, and it is. So we go and select the grass, and then we go to most used, Ultra Scatter Pro. And this is where the fun part comes in, because, oh, wait a minute, we still have one more thing to do. This terrain, now when we go into the surfaces and click on that, look what we have. We have, it's retained our different, each one is a different, remember these had, but we don't know which one is which. So what we do is we go into, what I do is I go down here to cutout, and okay, there's our road. So what you do is go into geometry editor, let's see, I'm getting despondent here. Tool setting, geometry editor. Okay, now this first one, oh, when you click on it, luckily it turns a color. That's helpful. So these are our surfaces, and this is where you can rename it. Double click. You can't rename it in there. You have to rename it here. This would be road. I'm going to go get ready for bed. Woke up for some crazy reason. Thank you. And I'll watch this again in the morning. Good night, Eve. Art, you have a good sleep. I was up for 24 hours straight. For actually, I didn't go to bed. I slept for about 2 hours, and I was up all night trying to research this. So, I finally got like 12 hours sleep. So I'm raring to go. So, you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us, Art. You take care, and thanks for being a good patron and hanging and watching the scene, watching this work. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. So we have road down. This would be margin right. So we go margin right. Okay, and now this one is grass right. Right. And this one is grass left. This is easy enough. And this is margin right. Margin left. Okay. All right, let's make sure we got grass right, margin left, margin right, and road. Yeah. Oh, well, I don't do it very often. I try to be respectful to my constitution. But I couldn't pull myself from the computer. This was learning this stuff. I try to learn stuff before, so I don't come in on here and like look stupid when I do this. Now the thing is you could take this and grab it with the mesh, and possibly grab these, pull these, overlap them a little bit. It's just at this point, it was something I noticed. So these, now that you have these all separate like this, then and it, you know, it looks like if I go into iRay here, it looks like it retained. Let's go into iRay. It looks like it retained the no, it didn't completely. It looked like it kind of retained the textures a little bit, but all right. So now each one of these surfaces, you can now put your own textures, shaders on them. And the road, it did keep the road texture, which is strange. And the margin, no, didn't do the margin. Textures, the grass base color. Okay, so grass left. So we go into this and all right, so I'm going to show you another way to do this. Thank you, Art. Now we're going to try this with a different way. Okay, so we're going to delete this terrain. We're going to, Z, I was going to show you one other thing here. We got a grass clump. And where's our terrain? What happened? Okay. Z. Okay. Not sure why it's not in iRay. Okay, there it is. All right. So it's just now that these are separate items, we can take and go, we'll select the grass clump, and we can go now into our ultra scatter. And let's try, we have the grass clump selected. So now when we select our terrain, notice when it says limit scatter to entire object, now you have all these different things. So we can say the grass right, restrict to camera, and then distribution, I'd say I want it everywhere. I don't want it in patches. I want it everywhere. And then we go here to scaling. And we want some of it 100%, but some of it we want a little bit shorter. And we'll use a Perlin for that. Just a little pattern for that. Rotation, we wanted to rotate them around. Okay, so like that. And let's make sure we got it all right. So you see, that's why we made separate objects so that each one is a separate thing. So, I didn't tell it how many to scatter, but it'll scatter a bunch. I don't know how many I put there. I think it's going to scatter about 60 pieces of grass or something. Yeah, that's not enough, okay? So let's just delete that, and we'll go back to select our grass. Ultra scatter hasn't been going back in for some reason like it used to. Now, let's put it up to like 6,000, all right? And we got our long grass. We're going to select our terrain for our object, and then we're going to select grass right, restrict it to the camera. Distribution is good. Scaling, we're going to scale it from 100% down to like 70, 60, okay? And we'll put this Perlin map on here. And then rotation, when I want them to rotate Y like this way, so that they don't all look like they're all in a row, and then I just put these, drag them up like that about there. And Now I go back and double check and make sure it's, so we got 6,000 around there, and centimeters. Okay, distribution, surface scatter. Now it should put about 6,000 pieces of grass here. Should put it everywhere. And it's scattering. I love ultra scatter. I'm starting to, you know, my favorite like app in Daz is Ultra Scenery, but Ultra Scatter, which is built into Ultra Scenery, is starting to become like my favorite because I can do so much with it. Now, this Ultra Scatter. Now, if you click back on this, yeah, see it? We're back in. It allows us to come back in and alter and change things. Now, this map here, what's really cool is that, check this out, if we go cancel this, okay, if I put a Perlin map in here, okay, and surface scatter, all right, and see it's been crashing like that. It's really strange how that does that. Ultra scatter is kind of broken right now in Daz. So we go back to the long clumps, and we go back here to ultra scatter, and we go here. It's doing that every time. So we'll go back to 6,000. See, this is an interesting part that it's just kind of occurred to me that's something you can do. And so we'll put the Perlin map on, and now we're using seed 1,000. Okay, we got to make sure we use the same seed. I haven't experimented with look at my hair, but I do own it, and I think it's awesome because you can populate it on animals and do kind of really cool patterns and everything you can imagine with that. And so I need to do some more work in that. It sounds like you have, and that's very interesting. So we're going to do this down to 75%. I'm going to look at that some more because I have all of that. Okay, down. Let's say you go down to about 50%. Now remember we used seed 1,000. Okay, now we'll go with the Perlin for this scaling, and then we're going to go here to rotation, and like I said, just drag them up a little bit, like quite a bit, like, and then make sure we set it to the camera. Okay, 6,000 the grass, and remember now this distribution seed is 1,000, because if you use the same seed, you'll get the same Perlin map. So you go to surface scatter. Oh, you crash it a lot. Ah, I see what you're saying. Hair it's easy to, because if you put too many points on, 10,000 pieces of hair, it'll crash. Okay. Okay, I was going to say, where's the grass? Come on, Ultra Scatter. Oh, we've got an Ultra Scatter camera view. Something's happened with the camera. It's done something weird with this camera view. Why we have... Okay, so what we have is this Ultra Scatter here, okay? And now what we're going to do... Oh, and it creates this weird camera view. Is setting it to the setting it to camera view means that it will only scatter grass in the camera view, so it won't waste grass where you're not going to be viewing. And so it won't scatter it outside of, like if I move over like this, notice there's no grass there. It's only in the camera view. So it doesn't put grass outside of where you're going to be viewing and take up screen resource, take up your PC resources. So we'll undo that. See, so it only scattered it up to the purview edge of the camera. So now what we're going to do is we'll put another piece of grass in our scene. Let's try, let's find another piece of grass. Was that the long grass clump? Yeah. This is another one. All right, this is small grass. And we put this in the scene, and we select that, and these are underneath. Oh, now I'll tell you another thing. See this long grass? It's hidden underneath this is like the seed grass, and it's hidden underneath this plane because you want it just kind of hidden out of view. It is useful. It's very useful. So you always want to restrict it to the camera view unless you're going to do a 360-degree, animation kind of spin. So now this small grass is hidden underneath the scene. Now, if I go to this seed, it's taken one piece of grass and it's duplicated that grass, but it's spun it around and it's done all kinds of things with it. Let's put a texture on the ground so that, well, let's not do that yet because we can kind of see the grass right now. And so if I go and I take this seed clump of grass that all those other pieces of grass were created from, and if I go into the surfaces, and if I go to the editor, and I were to change part of that grass, the long grass, and change a color in it, it would change all of those pieces of grass. So it allows you to change all that grass by changing that one seed piece of grass that you use to scatter all over it. So your object, it's dynamic once you've scattered on the ground. If you say, oh, all that grass is a little bit too glisteny or it has too much shine or you can go in and change that one piece of grass and it will change all of the grass. And that's what's very cool. There's just so many awesome things in Daz Studio, and that's one of them is being able. So now I'm going to select this other piece of grass, and I'm going to go now back into Ultra Scatter. And we're going to select this is the small grass, and I'm going to put 6,000 of these in here. All right. And then I'm going to restrict it to the camera. I don't know why it says E-strict instead of restrict, but we're going to E-strict it to the camera. And now it says, well, I could select a scatter. I could use the same scatter, but what I'm going to do is just use this. Now we're going to pick the Perlin, but it's going to be Perlin number 1000. Remember the Perlin number 1000 that we use? But this time I'm going to invert it, okay, so that the black is white and the white is black. And so when I do the second scatter, it's only going to scatter it in the opposite places. Isn't that cool? So now we go the scaling, and remember I scaled this down to about 60, something around there, and I put the Perlin effect for the scaling, so it does it kind of doesn't do it in an even way. So I don't know what it does really, but then you go the rotate, and I just drag these up, and it usually rotates them all in different kind of ways, and so I'm not sure how they work, but I just know that if you leave them down in this area, they won't work hardly at all. And if you drag them up this way, it works to rotate them around. So let's go back over this one more time. Now, we're not going over the entire object. We're going to target object is going to be terrain, and this is going to be grass right. Okay, so this surface here, and scatter 6,000 of these FT small grass, and it should scatter them where the other grass isn't already scattered. And it's still doing it, I think. Yeah, I was going to say it didn't work. So yeah, let's see how this works. And what's nice is it does kind of scatter it a little bit around the edge here, over our edge. And you'll find if we scatter little pebbles along here, see how that worked? So now, and these were small little pieces, so they could, I should have made this grass a little bit larger maybe. But as you can see, it's in the areas now that the other didn't scatter to. So now what you could do is go in and like rotate that map just a little bit and then scatter again. And what this really needs now is this terrain really needs for me to take the right grass and put a kind of grass texture underneath it. So let's go to grass, ground. Let's try ground and see if we can find some kind of ground texture. Any one of these will do, I think. Grass right. And see how that works right there. And so that looks pretty realistic right there. Okay. Are you ready to put some cactuses and stuff here? And basically you then repeat the same thing for the other side. You do your ultra scatter. You can scatter pebbles along your road here. You can scatter little pebbles here. You can put little sprigs of grass along this edge, because each one is a separate thing. And remember, we access them through let's just scatter some pebbles. Let's see, debris. Let's find some debris up here. What works really nice for debris is dForce planes that are debris. And you have dForce leaves. Let's see, leaves. Check this out. All right. You have dForce leaves. I don't know if you've worked with them, but let's go to here. I believe these are the dForce leaves. Let's go in here and see. Explore product with dForce leaves, props. Here we go. This is a clutter group, so we put this in the set. And as you can see now, we have this plane here. Now I'm going to lock my camera so I don't move it around. Okay, I'm in iRay. Let's get out of iRay. Let's turn on the light if we've got one. No, we don't right now. Favorites. Now let's go to lock the camera. Okay, now you can see this leaf plane. So if I go into my perspective view, and there is a leaf plane right there. And we take this leaf plane, clutter group it's called. Yes, I'm going to show you something very cool here. So, you can also dForce debris, like little pieces of metal and debris and stuff. So, okay, we're going to do this. And then we're going to duplicate it, edit, duplicate. And we're going to take this over here. And we want another group of them right here. And then we're going to go here. Edit, duplicate. This is called red oak with dForce leaves. Okay, that's what this product is called, with the dForce leaves. Okay, so it's worth buying, and you can actually have the oak itself. If you animate it, the leaves start falling off the oak and landing on the ground and everything in your scene. You could have a couple people sitting there and make an animation of the oak, and all you have to do is put the oak in the tree and set your timeline up, and the leaves start falling off the oak. It's kind of hard to get them to fall at the right timing. So, but you can mess with it. So now, all right, what we're going to do is we've got 3 of these leaf scatters. So what we're going to do, I think this one is maybe down a little too far. I don't know. Let's see. Because, yeah, let's bring it over this way a little. Oh, not that. Don't move the ground. Oops, see? Give me the leaf scatter. Is this one. All right, so we're going to go this way, move it up. Yeah, I love this, the leaf scatter. And because if you just take this and you like lower it and lay it on the ground, you're going to get shadows because they're not sitting on the ground. And so the sun is going to hit the leaf and tell everybody, oh, your leaf isn't really sitting on the ground. And you can resize these to whatever size leaves you want, and you can resize these squares and everything. So what we're going to do now is we'll go into our camera view, and we'll watch these leaves fall. We're going to need to go into the simulation settings. Let's go to initialization and turn that off. And then we're going to go to simulation, and we're going to use the timeline. And we'll go into the timeline, and we'll set the timeline. Oh, gosh. Tell me I don't have all of these. Set it. Some reason my timeline was like, and I don't, I just think I deleted one of my leaves things. You can't do that. You have to go into these and open them up and to delete them. So let's go back to the beginning and see what happens. Let's just try it, okay? Because I've messed this up royally. I think you have to open all of these up, yeah, and delete them as properties. I don't know if there's a way to delete all keys. No, so I've messed this scene up because some reason it started like at 160, but we have 300 frames. Let's see what happens when we simulate. So I'm looking through my camera and it's, oh, okay. I think this is before I locked my camera. Everything's all messed up in the scene. But we should see them fall to the ground. We got 160 frames. It's simulating the animation. They work pretty good, and the debris works really good too, especially like if you're in a sandy area. It's nice to be able to, and basically any object you can add dForce to any objects. So a whole group of objects, you could scatter objects and select them all, but I don't believe you can add them to instances, dForce to instances. I just learned something about Daz, that creating hair. I've made my first hair in Daz. Daz Studio has a hair creation like area where you can go in and comb the hair and do all kinds of really cool stuff. And when you when you create hair in the Daz thing, and then you bring that hair into Daz Studio and open it, turn it on iRay, oh my God, it looks so real. It's just the hair you can make with Daz Studio is amazing. So what's happening here? All right, I have a problem here because, okay, I think it's going to pop back up. I think it's still animating this. Yeah. It looks like it's all laying on the ground now. Okay, my camera's locked. It's just, maybe it made it to the end. Look, they are all sitting on the ground, and they maybe didn't all fall completely, but as you can see, what really tells you that it's working right is that there's no shadow under them. That there's a little bit of a shadow here, but they're all laying across this terrain exactly the way. So you would want. Now there's also one for debris. Now this road texture, I just hate this gravel here. So let's go back to our terrain, go back to surfaces. And I wish I could just like copy this and put this over on the other side, this side of the terrain, but it wouldn't fit if we inverted it or something. It's just not going to work. So the parameters here, and we go to surfaces, and I need to get the upgrade. That's here too. No, you don't, and you don't want to get the advanced. Okay, I'll help you with this. Ultra scatter. Ultra scatter. Ultra scatter Pro is what you want. Oh, it's $40. You know, I hate to say it, but it's worth it. I think I only paid 10 on sale. But Ultra Scatter is built into Ultra Scenery. So when they do their little computation and stuff, it's using Ultra Scatter to put all that stuff on the ground. So yeah, I got this on sale for only like about $10. But do not buy the advanced, and do not buy the upgrade, because the upgrade is for the advanced. I bought the advanced, and I thought, oh no, they come out with the new Ultra Scouter. It's advanced. And I bought it, and then I found out that it's not as, it doesn't have all the stuff that the Pro has. Awesome. Okay, good. Yeah, I've been using a lot the tokens a lot myself. So yeah, so you don't need the upgrade, and you don't need the and you don't need the advanced. Okay, if you buy the Pro. And now this leaf scatter. Now there's also a debris scatter. I was going to go into surfaces, and let's go to shaders, and let's find a better kind of road texture. That looks just terrible. A road. Let's go for ground, and rough. Let's look for the ground. Okay, there's asphalt. Oh, this might be something good here. This extra wet dirt. Let's just try something like this and make sure I have the right thing, because we have terrain selected, but we have to have the road part. Awesome. Eve, I can't wait to see what you do with ultra scatter. You can scatter it around things. You can scatter like you can take like a glass like a glass heart, and you can scatter little hearts inside of it. It'll fill volumes. You can scatter them in like patterns and all kinds of stuff. There's ultra scatter. It's not that hard to learn, and it's fun to learn. It's I have a bunch of videos on ultra scatter, so if you have any trouble with it, I go over hours. I have hours and hours worth of stuff, and you just learn a lot by watching somebody use ultra scatter. What I've got to do is break up my videos into like chapters, and I think I might be able to use AI to do that, so I'm not sure. But now we're going to try to put some kind of different dirt on the ground. Okay, that doesn't look any better than the other one did. I think there's some kind of surface on the ground that's not allowing this to show through. Ah, very nice. You can scatter. I've not scattered on anything with a surface. So as long as it has like, a bureau, if the top of the bureau or the tabletop, as long as it's a separate surface, then it will scatter on there. Now I have to reset this texture on the road because something's wrong with it, and I don't know. It's got something wrong with it because it's just not letting me put anything on it. Okay, well, it just did that now. So ground shader 4. All right, so that is the first thing that's kind of started to look real. Here, let's try some of this gravel. Okay, and now if I just get the tiling right, tiles. Let's go into, okay, I can barely see this. I don't know why my light isn't working. I have a camera here, but all right. So we go now into surfaces here with the terrain, road, and I can't really see this. Let's go into iRay again. And because they're 1-to-1, but it's not right, and I think it's the vertical tiles. Okay, let's turn off. Oh, I can't in the terrain. Oh, let's turn off the scatters on the terrain okay. And now let's go back to our terrain, road, and let's see what we got here. Okay, that's starting to work, I think. Yeah. See, so that just it was just because I stretched that piece of ground. Now it's starting to look kind of like gravel. This is all aesthetic stuff, but, it's something, but now it looks like gravel with, and the thing is that when I was in Blender, I could have like put little dents in the road to make it look kind of like like it's not just a flat road kind of thing. So that's something to think about when you're in Blender, is to just make sure. Now I could scatter pebbles along the road with ultra scatter. And now the other thing, okay, so I think I've pretty much done what I wanted to do with this. Now I'm going to show another way to make terrain, okay? So we're going to take and let's just save this file, save as terrain 2. And I think the problem is when I saved this, I saved it. I need to close this and open a fresh Daz so we don't have the... Oh, I wanted to see one more thing is to scatter some debris. I think we have some debris fields also, and if we can find some of them, that would be kind of interesting. Not scatter, to do the dForce debris, just to show you how that works. And so debris, D-E-B-R-I-S, debris. And let's see. Okay, now look what we have here. Particles. Let's see what this is. Explore product. Prop. Now that may be it, but let's look here. There's our leaves. And now if you have a debris plane, you can still, if it's a plane with a bunch of debris on it, you can still, these are stones. Now these are each individual stone is an object. I think you can still add dForce to them. Let's see, props. Okay, these are stones here. No, because they're all contained in this. Let's try to put dForce on them, and it's probably going to say, So let's go to geometry, add. Oh, and if I, okay, add dynamic surface. Okay, and then we turn these dForce off. And I think if I run another simulation, go out of here, texture shaded, go back to iRay. Okay, the leaves are hidden. Simulation. I don't think these will simulate, but they've had dForce added to them. Simulate. They're not moving. They're staying in one place. Oh no. They may drop as one whole thing where each one is not a separate thing. So they're not moving. So I mean, you can just take a plane, a regular plane, like and put a bedspread texture on it, hold it over a bed, and then just drop it down on the bed as a sheet, and with people laying on it. You can just take a plane and do that. So I don't see them moving at all. They might still move, but it's not working. I think I've got some debris. I'd have to look. I don't know where they are. I think I have some debris in a plane also, which is amazing because you can then use that. Okay, now it's doing something else, I think. Okay, it dropped them down on the ground, but I think if I look under it, you'll see that some of them, yeah, it's amazing. Now you see that a lot of these are sticking through. So let's see now. Let's go up to these stones and look. And it's hard to tell. Actually, they did pretty good because it looks like the smoothing is making them, yeah, they all like landed on the ground separately by just adding dForce. Now, I added dForce to them. They may have already had dForce on them. Usually it tells you if it's already there, but this worked. Okay, so if you made these much tinier, they could be like little pebbles on the ground, and to just give it a different look. And so now I'm going to show you another way to do this, because I really want to show you the right way to make the road. I believe it's the right way to make the road. We'll save this, okay, and then I'm going to close out of here, because you see those little seams, you can't have that. So I'm going to show a different way to do this, okay, and hopefully it's going to work. So, okay, it's going to take a moment here for this to save. It's got a ton of grass there. All right, we're going to close this down, and we'll leave Blender open. We're just going to delete this. And like I said, there is a way to weld these together, but I'm going to show you a better way than that, okay? So we're going to right-click and delete that out of Blender, and come back now to Daz, if it will open. Yep. You are not distracting at all, Eve. This is awesome to have you here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Because I admire your work so much. Whenever I see your scenes, it's like, oh my God, this is real art. This is why I come to the gallery, to see stuff like this. And so, yeah, that's what it's about. It's about awesome. It's about being dazzled by people who know what they're doing. And so here we go. And art is mostly imagination. It's not years and years of experience. It's having imagination, because you can have years of experience and no imagination. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create another plane here. And this time we're going to go with about, let's go with, on our divisions, we'll go size 1, we'll go, let's see how much is 1,000, and with 300 divisions. This time we're going to try to create a plane that is the size we want it to be. Now that's way too big. So we're going to go here now with, we'll go back and it remembers. Let's go with 50. And let's see what this does, okay? All right, 50 is just a little bit bigger than our, so I think I'd like to go maybe with a little bit more, let's say 100. Well, let's go to like 75. So we'll delete that plane. And we're going to go 75. Wait till you see this, 75. That's too much. So we're going to delete that, and we're going to go 60. 60. All right. Awesome. Now that's about the size of an ultra scenery. Now, if we go into wireframe, you can see that we've got a fairly smooth grid here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go straight top down, top straight on here, and it's not really straight on because it's, okay. And we'll click on the top. Now it's straight on. And now what we're going to do is, I have to think about this for a minute. Okay, we're going to go into our tool settings and into geometry editor. And we're going to right click. No, we're going to right click. Okay, oh, we got to have select geometry editor. Okay, we got to right click. Okay, select the plane first, then right click, and we're going to go into marquee selection. Okay, and then what we're going to do is when we select the plane, is we're going to select our road. Okay, this isn't going to be too easy, but all right, we're going to select, there's our road. So what we do is right click and you go to geometry assignment and you have to create surface from selected, okay? And boom. And this will be called road. Road. Okay, and then we're going to go here. Okay, that's not, okay. No, we just lost our, all right, so let's, now I don't know where that is. Okay, surfaces, plane, road. Okay, that's that. And now we're gonna, okay, we're gonna try and get as close as we can to that. And this is our right margin. Right click, geometry assignment, create a surface from selected, margin, right, okay. And now we select our road again and we go here to right click, geometry assignment, create a surface, margin left, left. See, this is much better than the, okay, well now we got these three. And now we're going to create a surface here. And we're going to call this surface grass right. Right click, geometry assignment, grass right. Okay. And we select all these again. And then we're going to drag this down. And we're going to go call this. I don't think I got that enough. I'd rather overlap it than leave a, no, a little more. Okay. This is called geometry assignment, create from surface, grass left. Left. Okay. Now each one of these are surfaces so on our plane, so we can go into the surface plane part here. And what's nice about this is we're not going to get all those stretched sections. It's one whole piece of geometry, okay? So I started this video off saying I'm going to show you the hardest part that doesn't really work first, and then I'm going to show you the part that works, okay? That kind of works. So you have two different ways. One is to join them together and join pieces together, and it makes you kind of think about joining geometry so that it's one piece, okay? And this one is all starts out with one uniform piece that you can use to create your land. Now I'm going to put some, let's just colorize these, okay? So we'll go grass left will be green. Okay? And grass right will be green. So when we bring them into Blender, we're going to know kind of what we're doing. And then grass margin left, we'll make that brown. Margin right will make brown. And then our road, we'll make that kind of tan colored or yellowish. Okay, so now we're going to go File, Save As, Scene, and we're going to call this, we'll call this Unified Terrain. Okay, so we save that, and then we go into our favorites where I have this Export to Blender thing. And we're going to call save the DBZ. This is Diffeomorphic. You can also send this over to Blender through the bridge. So you bring this in to Blender. Now we're going to go to Easy Import. And it's just a terrain with surfaces on it. So we're going to go and find this my Daz Studio renders. Unified. Let's just look for Unified. There it is, Unified Terrain, Import. And if I could do the color, if I render this, it should show color. There, yeah, that's pretty nice. So now we go into our sculpting tools here in terrain, and I think that I made that road huge. That's like a superhighway, but we're gonna get the idea here. So what we're going to do now is go into sculpt mode, and we take this and we start moving our terrain around a little bit like this and bring this up like this part up. Let's make this a little smaller. Now I made this fairly fine so that we can put some and this is the street that goes around Art's house that they're driving so fast on. So, yeah, we're going to go like this. Let's make this a little smaller, so we can kind of put some hairpin twists. And, into the road and put some hills, and this is your own terrain. This works so well, and it gives you the different surfaces that you need to work with to make your own kind of thing. Okay. I know. I'm terrible. I'm demented. I can't help it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take and make this radius a little smaller, and we're going to put some curvature in the road. Okay, so that the road isn't just completely straight like in flat. It's going to have a little bit of... See, you're the artist, and you can experiment with this as much as you need to, but it's so the road isn't just, so it's a little bumpy. So that's what art needs, is a few speed bumps in there to kind of discourage them, slow them down a little bit. Now we can take this all and do our work, but it's kind of hard to tell how much we did. So then we can take this smooth brush and make it really, really big like this, and just smoothen it out a little bit so that I think that's working. I can't tell. But if you go into the geometry, it's smooth. I don't think it's going to smooth this much because the geometry is already kind of smooth, but that gives us our road. Okay, so we go File, Export, and we're going to export this as an OBJ file. Like I said, it really doesn't matter. We're going to do this on the desktop. This was called what was the name of this? Unified Terrain. This isn't going to give you those problems that the other one had. Okay? And it's easier to do, really. So now export wavefront object. Okay, I just kind of export. Now I didn't export the texture things. I think I should probably do that. Export OBJ. Let's see. I think we have them on. We should have these object groups and materials and vertex groups and smooth groups. I think those should probably be left on. Colors are okay, but UV coordinates, these are kind of important. Now, limit to selected only. We only have one thing in the scene. So, but if you just don't want to, have you got a bunch of stuff that comes in here, you really want to only import the object itself. Now, okay, so that all worked well. So we're going to cancel that. Now, the thing is, think about it this way. Supposing you have like a little pond here, okay? Well, you can take and you can use the geometry editor, and you can go in here. I'll show you here in the geometry editor, tool settings. Okay, we're still in geometry editor. I can go to the selection mode and go to the drag mode, and I can create a little pond, okay, where, okay, under the water, you want it to have a nice sand bottom of the pond, okay? So what you do is you grab this and you make this into a separate surface. So then, okay, we go like that. And then you right click and go to geometry assignment, and you said create. Now remember, you don't create surface, you create it from selected. It won't work if you create a surface. So you create a surface from selected, and this will be called pond bottom. Okay? And then that you can put then a sand texture. Then when you bring this in to Blender, you're going to want to use your tools to make an indentation here, so that when you put your water plane across it, it's going to go down in. You see? So you can put another, like, all right, think about this. What if this is an ocean, a sea coast, and you want to have foam, okay? So what you do is you take and you draw the seacoast like this, okay? The waves coming in like that, all right? And then you fill it all in, okay? You fill it in, so you draw it like a beach would be, okay? And then you fill it enough so that you can come here with your tool, okay? And then you go to this selection mode, and you go to your marquee tool. Okay, I've got to do this from the top, and we got to turn it. Okay, let's go to the front. Now let's go to the top. And now I messed up because I didn't. I selected it. So let's do it again. Surfaces. Okay, we still got our tool here. We go to our drag selection, and let's just do this a little slower so that we get a nice kind of. I'm trying to make it look like a beach. Okay, so there. Okay, so then we have that come. Oh, you got to hold the control key if you want it to add, and if you want to take away from it, you use I think the shift or the alternate key. So you can add to your selection, okay, or subtract from it would be alternate. Yeah, alternate is subtract. Okay, so I'm just going to make it enough so that I can draw a line up through here. As long as you hold the control key, it will keep adding. Now I'm going to right click, geometry mode marquee, and now I can just take this marquee right down through there and select that. Right click, okay, geometry editing, geometry assignment, creates, okay, this is going to be water. Okay, so there's your water. And then we take our geometry again, selection mode, and we go to drag selection. And this is going to be our sea foam. Okay. So we're going to do this. Okay. And that is going to go like that. Right click, geometry editing, geometry assignment, sea foam. And then what we're going to do is this is going to be our sand here. So we go here from this. Okay. And this is going to be our sand. Okay, so we take this and we right click. Oh, we have to hold the control key. Okay, we right click and we go to the marquee and we draw this like this. Okay, and we right click, geometry assignment. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this ragged a little bit. So I'm going to hold the alternate key. We're going to go to our drag selection and I'm going to just take some, what's out? I got the wrong one, drag. Okay, and now I'm going to just cut a little bit of this out to make it look ragged. And so we take this right here. And the thing is that if you got sand here, you can put little seashells and drop them in with on the sand, seashells and all kinds of things through dForce and drop them onto the sand surface. Now you right click and you're going to geometry assignment. We're going to call this sand. Okay, accept. And then up in here, and I missed a few spots. So, but and that's not good. But the thing is, as long as I have a color underneath it, now this right here is where the long grass. There's going to be some long grass here. So we start cutting in through here. And we go here, and you get the idea. So I just wanted to say that, and what you do is then you shape it down in Blender so that it all goes down. And if you have like rocks coming in. Big, if you have big rocks, then around the rocks you want to have like sea foam and like tidal things on the surface of the water. You do the same thing with water, where around the edge of the water, where the water goes around the edge, you take and you follow this along the edge and you create a surface there. And when you bring them into Blender, Blender is aware of those surfaces that you created in Daz. The only thing it doesn't bring the names in, and there might be a way to do that, but it doesn't bring the names in. You just have to come back in and rename them again once you get them back. But it keeps your surfaces there, and then you can go in and, like, if this is a beach, you want it to kind of go downhill a little bit from up where the tall grass is, the reeds are in the grass. And then you got the sand here, then you got the sea foam, and then you got the water coming in. And so you want it to go down a little bit so that when you bring your water in, it's going to go and line up with your sea foam. So that's how you do this. And so let's now bring our plane that we created in our from import, the unified terrain. And I usually just let it come in like this and then fix it when it comes in. It's usually like that, flipped the wrong way. And there's a way to fix that, but I just don't want to think about it sometimes. So I think if we rotate it 90 degrees here, and then we have to bring it in. We're in wireframe. Let's go into texture shaded. And it doesn't look like any color came in at all with this, but that's okay. Now we're going to go like this, and Z, translate, Z, Y translate, and we are almost there. Let's go to the top. Z, bring it back. And we're going to scale it a little bit. Scale it. Z. Bring it back. Okay, and now we have our terrain. I didn't do a lot here, but you say, well, where's the road? Okay, well, what we do is we go into our surfaces here. And if you drop these all down, there's our road margin. It's all still left in here. The grass. We're missing a margin, so I must have done something wrong because we're missing a margin. So I don't know what I did to mess that up. I just must have not put it in. Okay, so, but that's okay. Now what we do is we go back. Now let's go back into Blender. Well, they're right there, so I'm not sure why one of my margins. Okay, it's saying this. I'm not sure why the margin is missing. Oh, it says default. Maybe that's the margin. And no, okay, I'm not seeing that. Well, let's colorize these things. Let's go to base, margin right. Maybe they're both together. I don't know. The margin we used kind of like a brown. Oh, okay, they're all one thing. I don't know how that happened. It says margin R1. Okay, the grass. You'd think they would have put them together too, since we're combining stuff. There's grass right. And grass. Now you could put grass textures on here, whatever you want for a surface. And then our road would be kind of like something like this, maybe. All right. So basically, this gives us our own road, our own land shape, our own formation that we we wanted, and now we can bring a figure in just to see how big everything is. I made this road like way too wide. If I did, guess what? We can just go like this, which doesn't really work too well, but it's kind of undo that. I thought it would, but you could also come into here and just squish the road in with the tool. But the thing is it's trial and error. I will caution you not to. Why this margin came out like that, I don't know. I have no idea why it joined them together. If I look back in the video, I'll say, "Oh, I did that," but I grouped them or something and didn't realize I was something like that. So I might have named them both with the same name in the geometry editor. I might have named them like margin left, margin 1 or something. And when you do that, maybe it may become one surface. Now, the other thing is this part. You see, because when I go into wireframe, this is quite fine. And if you look at this, this is like really fine. This is some little teeny tiny, and they're all unified. This is what's beautiful, is they're all unified into one piece. So you don't have those little holes creeping through the sides. And so you can scatter on each of these surfaces separately. Anything that you turn into a surface, you can scatter surface separately onto it. And but be careful, because if you're going to scatter like 10,000 blades of grass here and 10,000 blades, if this is so fine, you just have to make sure your geometry isn't too fine. And now when I bring in a figure into the scene, let's bring a figure into the scene. We'll go Smart Content, Products, All Products, Default, Figures. And we wait a moment. Thank you, Dad, for Daz for taking the metadata off, so this loads faster. It's still with 10,000 items takes a while, but let's put Arno into the scene. Figures, Arno. He's going to show up here, and he is going to be teeny tiny, and you will see when we zoom in on him, if the blocks on the ground are kind of like reasonably sized, then we did okay. But if the ground is like little fishnet, then it's too many. It's just too many. Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be. But now let's zoom in on Arno. And no, you see, that's not bad, okay? That's not a bad, okay, the unified terrain will, okay, let's, that's not too bad. We'll go to parameters, Y translate. Let's put him down where it looks like he's kind of standing in the road. Y translate. See, that's not bad, okay? If it was much finer, like little, like broken into, because you can always go in and add sub D to it. Like, but this is fine. I would say it could be a little less, a little bit less, and what's nice is that our seams here, our texture seams are just, they're working fine. Now let's go and put some clothes on Arno. Let's put some pants on him. He's gonna wear his Hawaii pants. And let's see what we have here. Okay, so this looks pretty cool. All right, so this is our own land here. You laughed about something. It was the road, the road thing. Okay, so we're going to go now to our terrain. Let's move it down a little bit so Arno's actually standing it. And this road doesn't look too wide. It's a little bit wider than a country road, but you could put some tar on this and it would look pretty good. Let's see how our surfaces respond with each other, okay? So let's now take this and put some tar in here and put some dirt there and see how these work out. So we're going to presets all, and we're going to go to ground. Ground is usually the big one where everything's in ground. Also stones and rocks and stuff. Let's try this just material here, because with this we'll be able to. Okay, you have to select when you go to surfaces and editor. Oh, you have to select the road. I did. Select road, and that didn't work. Okay, maybe it's not the right kind. Oh, that's a material. We're looking for a shader. Let's go to shaders. Shaders. Okay. So now that these are all one piece, the textures are going to go on it a little bit more like uniform. Okay, we don't want to rock here, but let's try this. This is, I think, would be better for yeah. So it went on nice, so it looks pretty cool. But it doesn't look stretched. It looks uniform. So this is the way to do it, really. It's not to make separate pieces of geometry. Now that looks a little too big, but it's working. But let's see what happens when we put something on the margins and see how they interact with each other. Now, this could be really nice. Now, what we do is we just go into our surfaces and change change it to like 10, maybe 10, 10 and 10. What did I just change? Okay, where is it? It would be this. I'm always doing this, coming in and just changing something. 10 and 10. Now that's a little bit still too big. Let's go to 15 and 15. Or let's go even more. Let's go to 25 and 25. See this? Now it's starting to look like it's repetitive pattern, and so this is not really meant to be a ground texture. Well, I mean, it's meant to be bigger than that. So, but let's go to something that would let's go rock. Let's see. Let's try a few more of these. Let's try this root. I think it may keep the. No, it didn't. It went back in. Twigs. Pebbles in water. Let's try it. Okay, let's make this much smaller now. I think 25 was the number. Let's try 20. 20 and 20. Yeah, it's kind of works. Again, it's got that repeating pattern look. But you have to do things like with the leaves and drop leaves on here, and this road looks okay. What about tar? If you use like a brick kind of thing, that can be very good. Let's go cobbles. Let's go stone. And oh, not here. X. Let's go to stone. And these are some very nice ones. Now, like something like this. Now, this is, it says this is 4K. All right. That kind of looks cool right there. So now, but we go here to make it a little smaller. This to like a little, let's go to 15 and 15. There we go. And what you can do is now scatter little pieces of grass in through here. And you can also drop like ivy onto and things like that. And you can drop the leaves onto here. Let's see, what's asphalt? How about these stones? I think it's going to go back to the large one again. Yeah. And we just go, let's go to 15 again. 15. All right, that's pretty cool. Now, and that doesn't, I don't see the repeating pattern in there, even though it is. But this is 4K, so we're going to at least get a picture, you know, a good area that doesn't look repetitive. Unless you make it really small, like 25. Let's try 25 and 25. And we'll start seeing the repeat. Yeah, see the pattern now? It's repeating there and causing that anomaly. So maybe we can go to 20. I don't think we can even do 20, but let's see, 20. No, there's still a little pattern there. So I think it's about 15 is where we could go. And that's why I asked Daz, I said, would somebody please give us some textures, some, 8 and 16K textures for certain things like roads and walls, big things, mountain faces. And they looked at me like, are you crazy? It's like, no, I need 16K textures. So I had to go to another website to get them. Now these margins on the side, we could put just some kind of sand or dirt. So this is the idea, is to put something on the road that looks, and look, we do have a seam up the center. So this is supposed to be like half of this, like 7 and 7. Yeah, that's about how this is supposed to be. So, and then you don't really have a seam. So, which is kind of nice. This is pretty nice. It's like very nice. And if you get up close to it, it's like really nice. And these textures, Daz has, I've kind of poo-pooed some of their textures, but they're not that bad. These Daz, they're not bad at all. It's just I'd like the option of some really big ones. At least 8K, all right? Or there's these ones called progressive, and I guess they used to work in Daz and all this stuff. And progressive textures don't have a seam, and they kind of like build themselves so that they know not to make repetitive things. So those are just something to look out for, because when I've put the request in, and usually it takes them a while, but they usually acquiesce. So I think they're probably going to be working on some progressive textures for us. So, and they will, I think they're called progressive. Did I just use a different word for it? But I think I did. I think that's not progressive. It's another word. But they kind of build themselves, and so they don't have a repeating pattern in them. And now so I could fill in the rest of these with some other textures. Now, well, I do want to do this margin on the side. See how this kind of what kind of seam we get, and what kind of do they overlap in some way. And the thing is that if you have a problem, like if you put a bunch of stones along here, like with ultra scatter, if you put a bunch of stones like little pebbles here, then you're still going to kind of see this line here. And this is where you can go into like Photoshop in the end, like, and just do a little bit of cloning and kind of clone the texture into each other, and so that it will just completely disappear. It will, you can just use a little bit of the clone tool in your final piece of art and merge those in beautifully together. So I'm not sure how you would do it here to merge them in so that they kind of make friends with each other. Let's now go into this would be this margin one. Let's find something to put in the margin here. We'll use a 4K one again. All right. Now that they're playing nicely together. See that? That's kind of nice. Let's put some grass on these other ones. Then editor would be the grass. Let's say grass, ground, ground. All right, let's do some aged dirt. All right. Well, I don't like that too well, but let's try a different one. That one's not worth. They don't look at all like they're supposed to. Dirt, brown dirt. That one doesn't look so hot either. Mud and grass. I know I got a bunch of, and these have to be kind of messed with a little bit. Okay. Now this one. Now those would work really well just under a scatter of some kind. Where I lost my, we were in surfaces. Okay. Let's try this. Think this, okay. Oh, that's cool. Here, this one's going to do something nice, maybe. Oh, these are the ones we tried before with the other ones. And okay, we got woodland. This is going to work. This would go really well under. And it's not, oh, it takes a while to load. That has like no bump map. But that one does. Okay, so we could take something like that. That one has a lot of shine to it. Let's find one with less shine. Okay, this one was good, I think. All right. All right, let's try grass. Well, this looks pretty good. Now what we do is we just take and go back into our editor here. And we'd say we don't want it to be with 7, I guess was our number, lucky number, vertical tiles 7. 7. There. That kind of works. And now we put a scatter on here of grass. And Okay, we take this surface here, right click, okay, on the grass. This is grass, right? Was it? Yeah, right click, copy, paste, and there's our grass on the other side. And then let's zoom in on Arno. And now let's put a camera in the scene. Create. I know I'm just hurrying on this scene, so new camera just to give you an idea of what you can do, okay? And so I'm not taking up too much time here. So now we have our unified terrain. We go and we've got to put some kind of scatter item in the scene. So we're going to go now to Files, and we're going to look for grass. All right, into the default here, grass. Let's find, okay, let's do some tall grass. That's material as a prop. Okay, let's Indian grass. Let's put this in the scene. And then what we got to do is going to come in here. We're going to take the grass and hide it because this is we're still in geometry editor. Okay, let's get out of there and we're going to hide it under, okay, out of the way of the scene. We're not going to use that in our scene because you can't move it after it's done. So if it should happen to be that one piece of grass that's in the way of something, you decide to put a house there or something, and it's right where you need it, then you can't move that piece of grass. It's just that kind of thing. So, because it's your root, it's like the seed of all your other grass. So now let's go, we have the grass selected. You select the grass, you go into Ultra Scatter, Pro. You see it says scatter object is the grass, and we're going to scatter it on the unified terrain. But where are we going to scatter it? We're going to scatter it on grass left. We'll scatter it to the left one first, and we're going to fix it to the camera. Then distribution, we're going to pick a Perlin map and 1000 so we can invert that, okay, and scatter stuff in the other areas. And we're going to scatter 6,000 of these, okay? We're going to scatter 6,000. Let's scatter 4,000. All right, be a little conservative so we don't crash the computer. Distribution, okay, is all good. Scaling, we're just going to scale it down so that some of it's shorter. And we're going to scale it up to 150. So it's bigger and it'll take more space. From 150 down to, from 152. So think of it as up to down, okay? I think that's how you do it. And then I'm just going to add Perlin, a scaling kind of parameter so it's not even. And then rotation, we're just going to rotate them a little bit, bring them up like this, a little bit there and a little bit there. I don't bring it to the end. And it seems to work. Okay, this is all good. 4,000 pieces of grass. Here we come. Select this. Okay, this is all good. Surface scatter. Now, when you're scattering on a mountain, on a thing in front of you, like a big mountain, you have to change ultra scatter from centimeters to like yards. And or else it won't scatter. You'll get this little band across and you'll wonder what the heck is wrong. So just remember I told you. So that's why we create these oops, I said do it on the left. I must have my land reversed. Okay, so it did it on the right. Let's see how this looks when it goes into iRay. If it does. Like, I don't know if it wants to now. It's like, it's like, oh, I made it, but no, I'm not going to show you. Now there is a way to get it to, instead of showing the grass here, okay, it's all along the edge there. So that's a little more than I thought we would need. And I told it to put 6,000, but because it's in the camera purview, it only put 1,341 instances. Now, that's a little, it's just not what I expected it to be. So I'm going to just delete that. And then we're going to try again. I think I made it too tall, number one. Okay, so because I wanted to scatter some of this other grass in amongst it, so it had a little variety. So, and maybe some of these, butterfly milkweed, why not? So now we know that 1,000 is like going to fill that whole area. So let's grab our Indian grass again, go back to ultra scatter, and let's just do 300. And remember to do it to our camera here. And we're going to select the unified terrain. And this was grass left. So we're going to do the left again. I thought the left was over there, but it turned out to be the left is left and right is right. So we're going to try that again because there's a smaller area to scatter to there. And we did our Perlin map. Okay. And we did our scaling from, let's actually go to 90% down to 50. Okay, and we'll use this Perlin map so that it has some kind of pattern. And then we'll do our rotation. So each one rotates on the Y like this. So we're going to rotate. You can put a little bit of rotate the other ways, but you want a very slight, and I'm not really sure how slight. I don't want to mess it up. So now once I do it, I always go back and check just to make sure. Oh, I forgot to put my camera on, or I forgot this. Now we're at 1,000 seed. If you change the seed, remember, you can't invert it unless you know the exact seed you changed it to. So, like 1,000 seeds always going to look like this unless you change the brightness. You edit this one, but this is what 1,000 seed looks like. And so, if you go up to like 1 million, I think it goes up to close to 1 million seeds here. Then remember what seed you picked and just type it in. And if you want to invert it and put things in the exact opposite places. So, all right, so we're going to scatter. I think this is all good. The scale, inherit the object scale. If you scale the object to like smaller, then you have to make sure this inherit the object scale is selected, or else it'll just ignore that and go to the default scale of the object, okay? And we went from 90 to 50, so these should be a little smaller. And the rotation, we just rotated it on the Y. So here we go, surface scatter. It's not that hard to use this. I can just go in and put a scatter like real quick on things, and it's not that hard to use. So that's what I love about Ultra Scatter. When you're scattering, if your computer's not that fast, what you want to do, now this is probably more of what I was looking for. It works. So now I would say that the ground needs to be like a sandy color, okay? But now let's go and we're going to select back on our Indian terrain, Indian grass. There's a way to go back into Ultra Scatter and just say, oh, I want a few more, but it doesn't seem to be working anymore, and I don't know why. But okay, we're going to go back to Ultra. Make sure you have your seed grass selected. Oh, I wanted to put another seed. Now I want to put this piece of grass in. Okay, so it's going to come in here. And we want to hide it again, remember? Is that our piece of seed grass? Or which one is it? Well, let's hide one. Okay, that's our piece of seed grass. So we're going to take this and select it. Let's go out of iRay. Oh, I was going to say, oh, what did I do? I deleted it. Or I must have put it inside here. Unparent. Okay, which one is the seed grass again? Okay, that's... Turn that off. That's our seed. That's our new one. Okay. We go into parameters. Oh, we can do it this way. We're just going to hide this from the scene. Underneath there. Now we go back into, see how easy, we can come back into ultra scatter and we make sure we select our ground, select the, which would be right is left. So we're going to go with left, select our camera. So we selected that surface and now we're going to, I'm going to add a few more. We're going to go with, so maybe 3,000. No, we'll go with 1,200. If it's too many, it won't put them in. It's only going to do it in the white parts. I think it's the white parts that it's, yeah, the white parts. And so we're going to pick that same Perlin, but this time we're going to invert it so that the white is black and the black is white, and then it will put it in the white parts. Yeah, it doesn't put it where there's black. So then we're going to go with the scale. We're going to go back with this Perlin. And I think I'm going to go with this 90 here. No, let's go back. Let's let it go to 100% here. And we'll go down to 70%. These will be a little bit taller, a little bigger. And we'll rotate. We just grab them and rotate. This rotates them all in different increments. Okay, so that they all rotate in different, at least that's what I think it does. So it does actually. If you don't do it about like this, you won't get a rotation out of them. I've proven that. Okay, so now you always go back over. Okay, and centimeters. This is where you set centimeters. 1,200. Let's go 1,500. If it's too many, it will just not put them in. Okay, surface scatter. Here we go. So this is our second seed grass that we're going to, these are called instances. And I think I'm going to change my camera because, you know, notice how everything looks kind of stretched. So my camera doesn't look quite right. All right, so this grass doesn't look as tall as the other grass, but we're not in iRay. Okay, so let's see what this looks like in iRay. And I think this should all be on a sand surface and not this kind of leafy kind of surface. Now the ultra scenery surface that stuff sits on, it's like a horrible resolution. When you take the grass off, it just looks horrible. So this isn't too bad. You can achieve a better looking ground than it, and they do it because they're considerate that some people's computers are not very fast, and so if they're conservative in any way they possibly can, then they're going to get a nice scatter of the objects. So now this looks terrible to me. I'm just sorry, but it does, and we've got this big spot here. It did what it was supposed to do. Let's go out of here. Now it's only going to have scattered to the purview of the camera. So if I go up here to our perspective mode, and these are pretty detailed models that I'm scattering. So now if we take and we select our terrain, because it's like lagging right now, so even in texture shaded mode, it's lagging. So as you can see, now the thing that we're dealing with is that this terrain right here is huge, and it's not, it's like I could just come in here with geometry editor. We go to tool settings, geometry editor, and take our marquee tool and go from the top here. There's our camera, that little teeny spot here, there. And as long as I don't cut my camera off, I can take some of this geometry out of the scene. Geometry, visibility, geometry, editing, delete. Sometimes this totally destroys your geometry, but in this particular case, it didn't. That just took a whole bunch of geometry out of the scene. Not that much, though. This is like crawling along. And we've got 100 and only 106 instances, plus 541 of the other Indian grass. But this Indian grass is incredibly detailed grass. It's not really meant to be scattered. It's meant to have a few sprigs in the front, you know, in the forefront of your scene to look like. So it's not meant to be scattered. Some objects are like that. So where they're just not meant to be scattered. So we can now go back to the camera view. So I think that looks horrible. Also, so now if I take this grass out here, that's the 541 instance just killed my computer here. So we're gonna take that out, and let's go back to the camera view now. It's a little bit more manageable here, and let's put like a desert kind of pattern on the ground. Unified terrain. We go to surfaces. Let's look for sand. So grass left, editor, sand. Let's find a desert, sand, kind of sand color. That's horrible. Well, okay, here we go. I've bought so many textures and they just don't show up in Daz, which kind of sucks. All right, that is probably usable. Now let's see what happens when we make that smaller. We know that our 7 is probably our, we can go about to 7 without it. So we go to tiling, 7, 7, and 7. Okay, that looks kind of like sand. Let's see what we got now here when we go. Now that is not bad. Suddenly we have something that just brought us to one layer of realism, okay? And we put a nice HDRI in our scene here. We could put some cactuses. You can now put things by hand in here, like a couple of cactuses and maybe some a tumbleweed or something. And, you know, you have something substantial here. Now we go also into our HDRI. We go to products and render settings. And come on, let's go out of iRay for a moment. Let's put something to cast a nice light into the scene. Anything, I guess. This will work. Is that going to turn on the sky? I don't think it is. Let's see. There we go. Look at this now. See, so all this needs, we take now this ground surface, unified terrain, surface. Within a moment here, I can take this right copy, paste that over here. Okay. And then we can take this same grass. This grass is the one we, if I delete it, okay, that's, so we're going to take this Indian grass. And we did 106 instances. Let's do, we got a little bit more to cover here. So let's do 200. And we go here to our ultra scatter. Now this is, I'm going to go back into the geometry editor and change these so that they're more tool settings, geometry editor, this, okay, grass, left. This is actually right. And this is grass, left. Okay. The margin is unified, so all right, maybe we can find something. You don't even have to have a margin, but you know, it's nice to have a basin, you know, kind of thing. So, all right, so now we select the grass, our seed item, go to favorites, most, ultra scatter. And now we're gonna, this would be the left. Okay, we have to select the unified terrain. That's gonna be our object. And now these should work. Grass left should be over there. Camera, and we're going to go with 200. And we go with distribution. Now we're going to pick the same Perlin map and invert it, the 1000. Well, we don't have to invert it this time because it's just going to be on the other side. And then scaling. We're going to scale from, what did we do? We went from like, it was like 90. Okay, down to 50. Let's go to like 60. And we use this Perlin. And then rotation, we just drag these over again. And then remember what you do. You always go back and double check. The camera, 200 is good. And this scaling 90 to 60. And this surface scatter. Now this doesn't look realistic. This thing in the middle, but this is the road to Rome. So we're going to go, that's what this is going to be called, the road to Rome. Okay, save. File. Save as. Scene. Okay. Then it suddenly has like a place. Okay, the offset let me look and see, because the vertical one that has to do with rotation. That's in your rotation. Offset is may actually like offset the placement point on it so that it doesn't place it directly on the surface, but up or down. I'm not sure. If you want to like have things like sway a little bit, that would be in your rotation. I can take you in and show you now. This would be in back into here, and this would be in rotation. Now, if you want like your grass isn't always perfectly straight up. Like some of them, one piece you might want a little bit this way and that way. So Y is going to rotate it this way. Okay, so that's the most important one, because you don't want your grass all looking exactly like perfect pieces. So if one's rotated a little like this and another one's like that and another like this, then you can't really tell it's the same piece of grass. That's the most important one. But the thing is that maybe you want one to be a little bit kind of this way and one to go like that way and one to go this way and one to go. So you want them rotated a little bit this way and rotated a little bit that way, okay? So that would be these ones here. X would be like this and Z would be like this, okay? And so you have to experiment with them. What I would do is scatter one piece of grass and mess with this. There is down here is your owner's manual, and that will explain how these work. But just remember, Y is usually your most important one, because you want them all scattered in little degrees, okay, of Y, okay? And I found that if you scatter it like about here and about here, okay, that it scatters them all in, it works. Now, I was trying different things, thinking Y meant this and this one meant this, and it would just, they wouldn't rotate at all. And finally, when I tried it like about here, all of a sudden they all started rotating, and it worked. Now, how the X works, if you want them to have to have a different rotation this way, because they're going to rotate all the way 100, and so you're going to end up with some upside down, and so that's why I don't mess with this one too much. But you could try a little bit. But what I would do is scatter one piece of grass and mess with them, and every time you scatter it, just try messing with these. And if you figure out these, because one of them is scattered X, which is going to be plus and minus. I don't know whether if 0 is 0, where plus 0, it's like if I go to minus 0, like minus 50. See, it doesn't make sense, because X plus or minus is, to me, when I think of plus or minus, minus would be this way and plus would be that way, but it doesn't, because it's gonna rotate from the axis point, okay? So these don't make sense to my head at all, and this is how many degrees. It's highfalutin, okay, how it works. It's not impossible to understand, but the thing is to understand that that you want them to all, every time they rotate, you want them to rotate in small degrees. Okay, so that every one is a little bit different. You don't want them all rotating, one, or just only one rotating. It's like, so all I know is to get them to all rotate and kind of look natural, that this worked for me, okay? And I don't know, maybe it works even better to drag it all the way to the end. I don't know, but I just know that roughly about here, you get if you look at this grass here, it kind of looks like it did work. It does work. It doesn't work as much as I'd like it to, but they are rotated a little bit, and it's not perfect. So I haven't figured it out 100%, but I do know that it does work. If the rotation, if you drag them about here, you'll get an okay result. It's not perfect. In fact, it's not as good as I'd like it to be. Maybe I need to drag it all the way, but it does work. So, and if you want them now the other one, scaling, let's see, there was one here where you talked about octaves, no seed, what was the distribution? Slope. Okay, now that has to do with when you are on a mountaintop, okay? And you want them, it all depends on how you want them to, if you want them to populate going up the mountain, or if you want them to come out like hairs standing on end. And so that has to do with that, okay? And the fall off, this is like, these parts I haven't learned yet. And elevation, now, if you're putting it on a mountain, if it's one thing to just have them scattered on a plane, because they're all centimeters away, or kind of, they're all, within a small distance away from each other. But when you're talking about something that's up way above, like right now, my scene is, everything in the scene right now is like he's standing at center at 0 elevation, okay? So everything's going to scatter well, but if you put like a mountain in front and you want to scatter trees up the mountain and everything, then you're not talking centimeters anymore. You're talking yards, okay? An elevation from, and so you go to scatter on a mountain, and it just scatters along this band, and that's because you're set in centimeters. And so you have to go into this. It took me hours to figure that out. So, because there's nobody, what am I doing here? I just put a VDB in the container. That's nice. Okay. This part here, you have to switch it to yards if you want to. And there's also like, I think feet, yards, okay? So if you want to scatter up a mountain, and then these elevations work right. Because if you've got 1,000 in elevations, I think when you switch this to yards, then you come in here and you'll see that this is switched to yards, okay? And then you can actually scatter along big surfaces. And why not scatter a bunch of trees up on the mountain in front of you? Because I have and it's like I wouldn't dare to attempt that right now, because it's been a year since I scattered stuff on a mountain. But I'll show you another really cool product right here. Cancel this. And I don't know if you've ever experienced this one, but and these are, they don't look like they are, but these are rotated. Because look, and notice, see, they're different sizes, okay? They're different height. This one's really high. This one's high. So this worked, okay? Now I'm going to show you another product that's really cool, because, and the problem with this product is it doesn't have trees on it. But this is called Terradome, and Terra, Terradome. And you have to be careful, because there's a bunch, like this Terradome 1 and Terradome 2 and Terradome 3. You don't want to buy anything for Terradome 1 or 2. I think it's Terradome 3 you want to buy, just the Terradome 3, and you want to buy everything you can for Terradome 3. Terradome, Terradome, and you'll find a ton of stuff for Terradome. And it says Terradome moss and rock. And it's like, oh, I'd like to have moss and rock. And you find out, oh, this is for Terradome 1. So you want to get Terradome 3. It's 30% off right now. And like it says, oh, Terradome expansion bundle. And this is for Terradome 1. You don't want anything for Terradome 1 or 2. Look at this monumental Terradome. I own everything that goes with Terradome, okay? Terradome 3, you want to make sure you only buy the stuff for Terradome 3, okay? Terradome 1 and 2 aren't even iRay, I don't think. Okay, so you'll never, ever, ever, ever use them, ever. Okay, so just buy anything for Terradome 3. Make sure it's Terradome. Okay, I'll show you what Terradome is. Wait till you see this. So D-O-M-E, Terradome. And, okay, so it's very easy. You just put in you got an A zone or a B zone. B zone is for faraway mountains. A zone is for your close-up, like the land they're standing on. So you can make all these. So literally, you could take Terradome and do what we did with this plane. You can, and I've done that before, is you can create your land because it has so many morphs for a plane. Okay, so we're gonna start with the faraway land. Okay, so we're gonna put Terradome in. All right, and it's gonna look like there's this big, which it's not even showing here. But wait till you see what this does. I'm gonna turn off the ultra scatter so we can work with this for now. All right, so let's now go to our perspective view and see where it put Terradome. Okay, first, okay, where is Terradome? Okay, Terradome is behind us. Okay, let's go back to my camera view. All right, so if I take Terradome and let's first, okay, parameters, we're going to Y rotate, and this should rotate it around. There it is. Okay. And wait till you see what Terradome does. Now I'm going to lower it a little bit. Y translate, so the bottom is down below. Okay, and now we go click on this B zone, and look at all of the things you can. Okay, distant crags. Let's try this. Look at that. Just instant mountains. Okay. Or you can take the instant crags down, twisting fjord. And there we go. We are in Sweden. Okay, narrow path. Look at this. Now I might be a little too low here. Let's bring this up a little bit. Translate up a little more. Okay, and right now it doesn't have the textures on it. It comes with textures. The only thing, and I'll put a texture on it so it looks cool. So let's go back here to materials. And these are the extra plugins. So the more you buy, the more materials you get for it. And so we'll put this on. This looks like a B zone. All right, so let's go into iRay and we'll see. And it looks even better when you render it. Okay, so, and you have these settings down here which allow you to, the finest tile set gives you the best material. So you can go into and these are progressive materials, so they don't look at that now. You see, this is amazing. Now, let's go back out of iRay. And the thing is that you can put little zones here and scatter trees on this. It's a plane. And so you can take your geometry editor, make little zones on it, and scatter trees. Angus, good night, dear friend. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for being here, my friend. It's been a good day. Let's put some desert texture on there. So we go to iRay and see what this looks like. The road to Rome. And let's see what this looks like. We've got to switch our, okay, we got something showing here. So, Angus, good night, my friend. Good night. Good night. So I'm having the bottom part of this show here. But let's take, oh, sometimes these do, they'll come up. But let's go back to parameters. Let's just find a different, instead of the narrow path. Are you headed to bed too, Eve? Black Mountain. Look at that. See, and look at Skull Mountain. Check this out. Skull Mountain and the old man of the mountain. Look at this. And this, and you can put whatever textures you want on this. Look at this. This is, and it's iRay, okay? So it's all this. It's not a new product. I think I bought this like 4 or 5 years ago. So, but the thing is this is amazing. It's absolutely amazing, this Terradome. And so now you have the ability to put trees. Yeah, it's like about 8 minutes to midnight here. So yeah, is this cool? This is Terradome. So yeah, this is amazing. So you can put trees. You just draw where you want the trees, and Terradome and Ultra Scatter will put them there. And so we turn back on our grass. If it won't let me. Oh, and I didn't scatter back here. I didn't scatter far enough. And when I click on this Ultra Scatter, it's not letting me rescatter. So it's something I'd have to come back in and rescatter. What we can do is just go back in with the camera and then just change the angle of the. Come on. All right, we'll go back in here like this. And now just change the angle of this, and then there we go. I am so glad. I like it when you're in here, Eve, because you're awesome. You're an awesome artist, and I admire your work, and it makes me feel privileged to have you here. So, yeah, Terradome 3, you want to get everything you can get that works with Terradome 3. Do not accidentally buy something for Terradome 1 or 2. You'll never use them. So here we go. See this? Now, we've got other textures. We got this sand. Oops, we can't use that. Cancel. B-zone. We've got this desert texture. And the textures that are on Terradome are amazing. They are really high quality textures. And you also have the sub D 3. You can change these two so that they have a very nice division to them, so that they're very high quality. So the only thing it doesn't have is trees, and you know, trees or whatever you might want to scatter here. A bunch of and so what you do is you go here and you go to your let's turn off this scatter again, and this one, so we can manipulate. Let's lock the camera. Most used. Okay, and now we go to our parameter view, perspective view. Okay, and say we want to put some stuff here, like along here. So we go into our geometry editor. And we select the lasso. Okay. We need to select that. All right. And then we're going to go lasso. And we go like this. And like this. Oh, I did it wrong. Okay. I did it the opposite way. Okay, so what I'm going to do is like this. We don't want the whole thing. And then we hold the control key. We come around like this. Oops, I messed up. We got to do that again. All right, and then we make this, and here we make this a surface. Okay, we got right click, geometry assignment, create surface from selected, and something terrible is going to happen. We're going to be, okay, this is going to be TD for Terradome scatter. All right, Terradome scatter, and it's going to take our texture away from, it's going to be gone. And so what we have to do then is go back to our main, go to surfaces, go to our B zone, copy this, all right, and then go to, all right, go to our, this one, copy, and paste that to the TD scatter. And suddenly we have our texture back, okay? Now we go to our camera view. And what are we going to scatter now? This is too high because I can see under it, but the thing is that, all right, let's take this B zone parameters and let's rotate it X. No, we'd want to bring this side up. All right, let's try this little tool here. That's not going to let me do it. Perspective view. Okay, oops, that's too much. A little more. Okay, now go back to our camera view and see. Now I think we can bring it back down. Not sure what I just did. What one was that? Blue, Z, rotate? What did I do here? Something, I just did something because now we don't have any depth to. Okay, let's try merging another, the B zone. Which one? Okay, B zone. Which one did we use? We used this. Let's bring Skull Mountain down. This one down. And ooh, we can bring them both in. Mount Chaos. Rugged Peaks. Okay, and this Twisting Fjord. Step Erosion. Oh, there, look at that now. And now we go to our camera view and we bring this down again. Here. Y translate. And there it is. And now we take our so we take our B zone, and I think we got to scatter. Let's put some, I don't know, cactus. Let's see, cactus. It certainly doesn't look like we're heading to Rome, but let's see now. We go to Files, Cactus. What other trees? Let's try some juniper. Juniper trees. Just something weird. Here we go. Let's try this one. Mediterranean juniper. Okay, we got to take this and hide it underneath. That's our Y translate. Okay, and now that's our seed tree. Okay, we're going to go open ultra scatter. And let's scatter to our B zone. And we're going to scatter to our that zone I made. Number of instances, we'll try 2,000. It won't scatter that many, but let's see. Oh, we have to set it, remember, now to yards. We'll put 2,000. And we'll try this Perlin so it just doesn't scatter it in one kind of everywhere, so it just scatters in spots. And then we'll take our scaling and we're going to go from 100% down. That's weird. It says random scaling. And then rotation. We're going to, let's take this all the way up and see. All right. And we double check. Yards. Now see this distribution? Now it's in yards and elevation. Okay? It won't scatter up unless you're in yards on a mountain. And then scale, which we probably aren't even, a yard, but it's more than centimeters, okay? So, and this is all good now here, and let's use Perlin, okay, and make sure it's set to the camera. See, if I hadn't double checked, it would have scattered all the way around. No, it's only can scatter to that thing, but okay, to that area. Okay, so now we're going to surface scatter. And hopefully we'll get some trees. Now, if I had done this in centimeters, it would have only done a little section, like probably less than a foot of. Let's see. It's not going to scale. This, believe it or not, this is so far away that it will probably scatter every single one of those juniper trees because it's so far away that it's a huge, I mean, almost infinitely sized piece of land. So think about that when you're scattering on a Terradome piece, because I mean, like if you wanted to put a person up on top of there, it would take like forever to get there and to place them there. It's like very far away. Yeah, Danny, very cute. I like that. Yeah, it reminds me of some of the cute little pictures some of the Daz people make. And someone with a little water can with like a little sunflower on the can, giving them some water. It put 2,000 instances here. It says it's creating them. Is it going to create them? I'm kind of skeptical. I'll need to see it to believe it, because a lot of times you'll go to scatter stuff and it just won't scatter and you don't know why. And I think we did it because we switched to yards. So I think it's going to work. Now it says that it's still doing its thing. But I don't see a single juniper tree. Now it's up to 2,000 instances. Maybe it's not going to come back until it's decided it's not going to show us anything until it's done. So 2,113 instances. It says 1,700, but these juniper trees are like super high resolution. So if it scatters them, I'm not going to be able to move my computer. So, but it's interesting to... Oh, look at that. It did. We have juniper trees. Let's see, will it go into iRay? So that's a lot of teeny trees to have to go out and give some love to them. But I'm a tree hugger. What can I say? I'll give him a hug. Yeah, I'm a tree hugger. Proud of it. Yeah. I have two 3090 graphics cards. So they're set to non-SLI mode. So I have two 3090s. If you have a 1080 Ti, what kind of graphics card do you have? If you have a 1080 Ti, you can still use ultra scenery with it. There is probably, I don't know if you can use ultra scenery. I mean, for ultra scatter, you can use ultra scatter with a 1080 Ti. They're showing up, but it's still doing something weird. Now, I think I did set. You have to set. Remember, Eve, you have to set your settings to memory. And I don't think I did that in this scene. Because when your computer just keeps running in this loop over and over that means you have so many instances and they need to be set to memory. So what I'm going to do is switch out of here. If it'll let me, go to Tool Settings, not Tool Settings, Render Settings. And you have to go in, when you start putting a bunch of instances in your scene, you have to switch to memory every time. If you're using ultra scatter or ultra scenery, you have to switch your scene. Okay, we're going to go into the editor. Here, if it's going to let me, and that's why this scene is jumping all around and everything. It will let me save it. I'm going to try to save this. So, yeah, you have to switch to go into this optimization, and you're going to see that it's going to see, it says auto. It has to be set to memory. And then what it does is it doesn't load, I think it uses your system RAM to hold part of the stuff. And then it only uses your graphics memory for the things it absolutely needs to use. So, when you switch it to memory, RTX 2070. Yeah, that will run a simulation, but you have to just what you do is like you have to just be very. You have to only scatter a very small amount of things. And then you have to kind of cheat. You have to hide things with other objects. And you have to scatter them larger than, and you have to cheat as much. Like this, putting 6,000 trees in juniper trees isn't going to work. But this may not work. This could be like the death of this scene. Because now if I can get out of iRay. So, because once you switch to memory, then you have to go out of iRay and back to texture shaded, then go back in, and when you go back in, then it reloads it where it's supposed to go. And so this, I may have so many trees in here that I just this looks more like the Silk Road or the road to Montreal or something. I don't know. It's the road to New Hampshire. Shift 9. Let's see if I can get this out of trying to go into iRay. Shift 9. Come on. If I could get it to save, then I could go out and come back in and so, but this works, okay? It worked by switching that to yards. It worked. And you notice, I think that was the road to New Hampshire one. You see, it only scattered where I drew that scatter line. So it's only scattered on that surface. And that's another trick, okay? Is that if you're using ultra scatter, don't scatter stuff in the way distance. Try to hide that with big trees or things like that. Only scatter in the immediate foreground. Okay, and then try to use stuff to in the distance to that are more like give you the illusion of something. Even just putting an image in your scene that's got like something that looks like a field or something can work. Okay, my computer is just completely discombobulated. I don't have Photoshop open. So what it's doing is moving all of that stuff into the memory, and it'll snap out of it, but it's yeah, and so it obscure it with bigger objects so that you so that only the far up stuff has the depth, you know, like, and then you can get away with and another thing is like this scene in the back, okay? What I can do is because it's far away and it's yeah, I think it did. It's saying it's late, go to bed. What you can do, even I have a tutorial on this, is you take this guy out, you take this foreground land out, and you just render this back part and turn it into an HDRI. And there's a way to do that. You do it with canvases. So you can have like a very detailed, all you need to do is use Terradome and scatter your stuff on it like this and just take everything else out of the scene and then just render that and then place it on a plane and that then all it, instead of all that geometry and everything, it's just one image. And you can do that because it's in the background of everything. Now you wouldn't want to take a like you wouldn't want to take an HDRI of like up close ultra scenery, because then when they're standing in the grass doesn't come up behind them because it's in front of them, and it's only so you can't do an HDRI of close up stuff, but from a certain part of the scene back, you can just turn that into an HDRI and put that in your end scene, and it's still been made in Daz, but it's anything from a certain. In fact, I was going to. Yes, I do have a video on canvases. I thought I had another video. Actually, Jay has a really good video on canvases. I have a video on canvases. Yes, it's where is it? And the it's a really, really good one because that's exactly what I teach about. That's if I didn't take it down. Let's see what we've got here. Switch account. Let's go. My channel is terrible here. Easy. That's my channel here. So Mud Wrestling here. Let's go to YouTube Studio here. And let's see. It's typical of what a game man looks at. Let's see. Now we go to let's see, content, and all of my videos are in the shorts. Okay, and where is it now? EZ3DTV. Oh, not in shorts, in live. Okay, and this one is, it's called wow. 3D type fonts. Clothing in character created for medic. Okay, finding bargains. Exporting. Okay. Environment. Daz environments done. Creating a 3D scene. Okay, using a depth map. Okay, exporting scenes, making a scene. All right, motion capture. Animating. VDB Studio. Let's see. Taking ultras. It might be this one. Yeah, taking ultra scenery further. Yeah, I think it's this one. Taking ultra scenery XT further. And let's see. Yeah, this is it. Okay, this is the one where I take something that's made in the background, and I take that and I make it like a complex scene in the background, and then I take a 360 degree canvas of it. Okay? And so this is it. This is the one you want to watch if you want to learn everything you need to know about. It's 6 hours long, but you can jump ahead and look how complex this scene is. And so after I make the scene, this right here, I believe now this is okay. It looks like yeah. So that's still, we haven't made it yet. And then okay, and where it looks like okay. Maybe that's not the one. Yeah. No, that's that may not be it. Let me double check here. I think because it's got canvases in the title. Mysterious Magic VDV. Okay, here it is. This is it. It says creating an HDRI with an Ultra Scenery XT Part 2. If we go into Part 2, this is it. And all right. So we come in through here. Yeah, this is okay. And I use the chair because it gives us a. All right. Now you see, I make this HDRI here. It's called creating a HDRI with Ultra Scenery. And now this right here is the 360 degree image. It's an EXR that got rendered when I rendered the scene. And it's a special technique. You have to set everything just right. And then you render it. And it renders everything in the scene. And that can become your background. I can't believe only 5 people have watched this. And it's such an amazing video because it really, if you have a weak computer, you can make a complex scene and then turn that all into one picture. and you just don't want to use the ground that you're in. You don't want to use the ground you're standing or anything near your character. You don't want to put any of that in the scene. You just want to put all the far away stuff. And then you can bring that right in and surround your character with it. And you see now I've created this scene for up close. This is the up close stuff. And then I'm going to load that. This is the HDRI that I brought into the scene. I've moved the HDRI around, and you see that's a complex. Look at how many trees are scattered there. And I brought this in, and this is an ultra scenery in front of it because it doesn't matter now that I've created this just as a picture. Then this ultra scenery, I can create another complex scene in front of it because this is just now an image. And so I create other things to it, and once it's set, you're set pretty much on what you can do. But this is the whole, this will teach you how to turn like something like this. Let's see if my Daz is back yet. Something like, yeah, okay, now we're out of iRay. It's going to let me do something here, maybe. Okay, let's see if we can save it. All right, you going to let me save it? Save. So, yeah, that's saving now. Nice. So that's saved. Now so yeah, there's a way to turn this. Yes, so you can use ultra scatter, like all you would put in the scene would be this Terradome, and you'd scatter the trees, and you wouldn't put any of this stuff here, just that. And then you do the 360-degree render, and it renders an HDRI, and it spits that out of Daz. And I learned that from one of Jay's videos, but I go into it into complete detail so that you can see how it's done right from the very beginning. Some of probably the deeper stuff about the video is all kind of in one spot. But someday I'll hire somebody. Like, I had somebody leave a comment and say, why don't you just do, little videos that show how to do this and how to do that? And it's like, well, in the end, I make a scene. This is like a whole scene. I think what I'm going to have to do is, because this is still freaking out. So I saved it. So if I think it's freaking out because, all those juniper trees are just huge. 1,700 of them. So I should have just, because the juniper trees are they're super high resolution. Now, if I take this juniper tree here, go to parameters, maybe I can switch it to base. Because, that's what you want to do, is just switch things to base that are going to be far away. And lower, like, the sub D and all that stuff. So they look like a coat hanger on a pole. But from far away, they look like a tree. Yeah. So there's, now what I could do is try to turn the ultra scatter, turn them off for a moment. And then what you do is you go to this main one here. Now it's letting me do stuff here. See their high resolution, you go to base, and then you go to sub D and just turn sub D off, I guess. And if you take that, and do that. I think you thought the coat hanger on a pole. All right. So now I think we can turn them back on because they're low resolution now. Let's see if they'll display. Let's turn them on. I think they'll display now that they're no longer high res and all. They're just base. I think it's frustrating because a lot of artists, like half of the stuff that I go over, they already know. And that's not the way a tutorial is. A tutorial, you have to kind of just not worry about the stuff you already know and kind of just focus on the stuff that you're learning. And that's pretty much, I think, the way. This probably is still not going to work. Oh, well, I mean, it will display this time, but it's now loading it, I think, for the first time into memory, like it was supposed to do. And once it's been loaded in, all these have been loaded into memory, it might display on and off now a little better. What you do is you take the seed tree and you lower the resolution on that, and that will lower the resolution on all of the other trees. So now it's got to reload all those trees like into the memory with the lower resolution. And so let's go to render settings. Yeah, they're set to memory. I think I'm capable of doing that as well. Breaking Daz. I'm actually in awe of Daz because like I just created a scene and it was it's on the Daz site, and this scene took me 24 hours. That was not counting sleep time and not counting meals, not counting breaks. 24 hours steady I worked on this image, and it's not very popular in the Daz store. In the Daz gallery, which is okay. You know, some people don't know how much time you spend on something. This image right here, I just finished it, and this is the road. This is the road that I put together. These are the little margin with the rocks scattered. They look terrible. All of this is, and but the thing is that it's all some of it's scattered grass, and some of this is grass that I little grass patches that I put here to try and get this to work. And then there's a canvas that I rendered to give me this fog effect up in the background. And then there are brushes that I use to create this fog effect in the front. But this is that idea of the road, and I had trouble with this. And then tonight when I was getting ready, because I made this video, and these trees are silhouettes. They're like little flat planes. They're not even trees. They're just flat planes. I had to cheat in so many ways to make this scene work. just because I had so much grass scattered. And as you notice, the leaves on the ground, those are those dForce leaves. And so it's just a lot. You can see all this grass scattered in here, tons and tons of grass everywhere, all scattered everywhere. And there's 6,000 rocks going up the sides. And the thing is that I probably should have scattered. I've learned now to invert the map. So you scatter a group of rocks, then you invert the map, and you scatter another group of rocks that look a little different, like sand. So yeah, this scene took me a long time to make. Just hours, and I just thought, and you know, because it was like there were just patches going up the side, and I didn't have anything there, and it's like I've got to scatter something on it. And this had all kinds of problems, like you could see through the edges, like the first image that where I joined it in Blender. This was with like that, so it had little cracks in the sides. It had all kinds of problems that just every one of them ended up being another little problem that I had to solve. And so I finally got it done. This isn't composite. This isn't a composite, okay? Because all of this was done in Daz. Every bit of it was rendered in Daz, except for a little bit of, like, even the fog here in the back, and you see little bits of fog in the back. That's all done in Daz. The only thing that was another layer was a little bit of this fog in the front. That's it. The rest of this is all Daz. And so these trees, they're flat planes, and they were so hard to get right, because they were like, from an angle, they would just disappear. You couldn't even see them because they're just a thin plane. And so trying to figure out where to place them, and the scene, since I had all this grass and all these rocks and all these things, was just as slow as molasses. It wouldn't, every time I'd go to drag something, it would just take forever to respond. And so, okay, this rendered for the first time. It actually rendered. Now my camera's got some kind of weird, like the lens is kind of messed up. So, because everything looks stretched, and I think I've got to go. But at this point, it's kind of interesting. And if I were to turn now these other items that I scattered, the Indian grass, you see, I could do the same thing with that, go into parameters, and those are already set to base, so I can't do much to that. The juniper was set to base. Yeah, and so those, and these don't even have sub D on them. And it's only one object that all right, mesh resolution. Yeah, they're already set to base. Yeah, we have trees. It's showing the trees here, these juniper trees. So, this is a very nice, so we're going to save this. And let's see, we go to, I wonder if it'll go back into iRay quickly now. How long does it take to go back? Because it had to load all that stuff into, it should go into iRay quickly now. So, no, it's not. So this is a perfect kind of scene to render the entire 360 degrees, and then it's just an image. After that, it's just an image. But you have to decide exactly what sky you want to use. You have to decide all of that before you render it, because you can't change it later. You can darken the whole HDRI a little bit. You can have the light, the HDRI emit more light if you want, but that's about it. And so these juniper trees are just absolutely, I think each one of them's probably a megabyte. I don't know. So, and I scattered so many of them. Yeah, so it doesn't go back into iRay very quickly at all. So, yeah, these trees are just absolutely overkill. So the thing to do would be to just render this, to take everything out of the scene. Save this again as like Road to Rome 2, and then just take all of this stuff out of the scene, and then render a canvas. And render this whole thing 360 degrees. Then I can just load this as an HDRI or put it on a plane, and then set it in the background. So yeah. So you've got me interested in that on the hair program now. You got me thinking about using that to put hair on something. I don't know. There's a lot of power to that program, and I've been thinking about what it would be like to play around with that. So, I don't know if you've ever played with the hair aspect here in Daz. So, I think I'm going to close this down because I already have this saved. And we'll go into the Daz, we'll open this Daz up. And I'll play around with this hair, creating hair in the Daz, which I thought was going to be a lot harder to do. Yeah, I've got to go to sleep soon. So I'm probably going to end this here. So just maybe a quick time into the hair. So you put strand-based hair on a unicorn. You use the I've never heard of putting it on an object. That's kind of weird. So you can take and put the strand-based hair on something other than a human? Figures. Let's use this guy here. All right, figures. Okay. All right, this is different. This is on a unicorn. All right, this is creating your own strand-based hair from scratch right in Daz Studio. And this, you don't have to buy anything. It all works right in Daz. I'm going to show you how to do it. This is really cool because how this works, if I can remember how it works. Yeah, I can remember how it works now. So, yeah. Now we're going to put Ralph in here, and we'll tone him down a little bit. We're going to put, I got to find some shorts for him. Smart content. I'm in my other wardrobe. Let's get, okay, we're not in iRay. Okay. Let's put some kind of pants on him. Here's some pants. And we'll dial him down a little bit. He doesn't have to be so muscle bound here. And let's see. We'll go to parameters and dial down the body a little bit. Body and the head. Okay. Now check this out. This is an amazing thing right here. This, when we come into, we go to create new strand-based hair. Accept and normal. They have a low preview for, okay, and we want to just do head. Enable. And then paint. Now you want to mirror. Where's the mirror? Symmetry U, texture U, so that it does it on both sides. And then you just come in here like this. You go like that. All the places you want the hair to go. So you can make body hair too. Like this, and then up like that. Okay, this is all in Daz Studio. It's all part of Daz Studio. And then make sure you get the top. And all right, that looks okay. Once again, if you use the control key, you can, the alternate key, you can erase. And so that does both sides. Oh, we don't want to erase that. Okay. And then you go to distribute. All right. And when length a little bit longer. Okay, we're going to have some styled hair. And then we comb it. And we're going to have it a little bit wavy here. Okay, you bring this down like that. And up here. Okay, over like that. And in. And you go like this. This hair looks, this is strand-based, so this is the very best kind of hair you can make, okay? And so, we're talking about really high quality hair. So now we go here. And Okay. Okay, you can make this smaller, the radius smaller. Put little waves in it like. Okay, and then we go around this way. And like that. Okay. Let's see how that works. All right. And let's pull this in a little bit here. Okay, and straighten those out a little bit. Okay, now we go to clump. And here's where we can do a bunch of other things to this, but looks like I've lost a bunch of hair here. That's the problem with this, is like, we go back to style. I don't know why. Okay, but what we can do is amount. Let's go with a few more hairs. And tweak. Let's see. Hopefully this isn't going to come out empty, because it's not the way it looks in the other thing, but I may have overstyled it. I'm not sure. Frizz, okay, scraggle. It's not sure why it's not showing it. It's not updating it. Okay, so let's accept. Okay, and now what we have to do is add, go into the surfaces. And I forgot this part, how you get it to actually show the color. You have to turn it on. Which would be in here. Correct gamma, let's see. Strand-based hair. One of these is something about show hair. Color. Let's try a brown color. And we'll go with a lighter color, brown. No, we'll just go with a brown, but different. Okay. Now, one of these is let's try to render it. It will probably show in the render, because you know how some hair doesn't show in You'll be pretty shocked if you. I was shocked at what this looked like. And that looks terrible, but it's not. It's like red. It's the wrong color. But it's not that bad right there. So, and if it just, how quickly did I just make that? And you go into the surfaces here. Oh, parameters. Upload, fit to, previews on. Okay. And now you can see what it's going to kind of look like. And if you don't like it, you can go back into the, you go to edit, object, edit strand-based hair. It takes you right back in, and you can go back to the tweaking, and you're going to go random length, the reduce. Okay, see, scraggle, frizz. Let's give them a little bit of frizz. And let's go back to clump here and show all surfaces. Let's see, amount, show hairs and width. And how do we add more? Density. It's, yeah, I'm not, did you use this to do that? Seeds, style, distribute. Okay, now we can go to amount. It's like, okay, width, density. Here we go. And then we go back to tweak. And let's accept. Did you use this to make the unicorn's mane hair? Now I have other hair. We can go to color. This is my little secret weapon for hair. COLOR. It's this color thing. And you can use it on just about any kind of hair. Oh, nice. All right. Well, then you probably have more experience. You do, I'm sure, than I do. This came out pretty good, though. Shaders. Yeah, okay. This is called ColorWorks. And there's also a new one for PBR, ColorWorks. And you just, hopefully this will work on his hair. Okay, strand-based material. Let's go back. Well, that didn't work. Strand-based hair. Let's try it on the whole thing. Oop. There we go. And I don't know why it looks so thin. It might be the thickness. Okay, so if we go and make it a little bit thicker, that might help. Once, well, still, that's, I have only done it twice in my entire life. So, that's not bad. Once, and really, you can learn a lot if you work on something a lot for that first time. You know, it sounds like you spent hours and hours, you know, for that first time. Okay, go edit. Object, edit strand-based hair. I'm going to try making it thicker. Distribute. This would be density. How about, where is it? Thickness. Width, base, and tip. All right, let's go back to tweak. Now, distribute. How do we put more? Amount. Okay, we got amount at 100%. It's not helping. Base width. Let's go a little more, the width. And density. And now let's go accept. There we go. There. That's not bad. I think the roots need to be a little thinner. Oh, we could add sub D to this and smoothen it out a little bit. Edit, object. That worked. But the roots need to be a little thinner, I think. So we go back in, edit, object, edit strand-based hair. Yeah, this, considering it's free and okay, distribute. Now we're going to go with the base width is going to be shorter. And the tip, let's make the tip a lot longer. And show hair widths. I'm glad it doesn't change your... Okay, this is comb curves. Cut curves. Okay, you can cut it, select curves. This is how you select certain sections. And segment length. Auto parting, surface lattice. Okay, this I don't think is global settings. Oh, this is anti-aliasing. Let's go up higher. 2x sampling is the highest. Undo limit. Okay, so we're now frequency, scraggle. Let's give him some scraggle. And we got the frizz, a tip frizz. And random length. And that one's reduced length. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, see, I made I made it a little finer coming out, but it still doesn't have the density that I'm kind of thinking about. And the thickness. So I think I made the roots too fine. So we go into here. Object, strand-based hair again. We go to distribute, and the base, it can be a little bit higher than that. And the tip, let's make it a lot bigger. Okay, and density, we have density. All right, accept. That's a little better. And that's not bad. So it's yeah, it's pretty easy to use. I think for it's a lot easier. Remember the trick that I did with adding sub D to it, because when you add sub D to it, it takes all in those little. Now there's also a way to add more. Oh, I don't think that's here. That's in Blender. Now Blender is the hair king of all hairs. Blender is I believe the best place to make hair, period. And so if you want to learn to make hair, it's Blender. So now the thing is his skull cap is white right now. So how do you change that? This doesn't seem to address the skull cap. And here is where you could take and go into your geometry editor. Like this. Uh, um, tool settings. Okay, and this would be geometry editor. Where is it? And you take and you go here and you would go to selection mode, lasso. We want to be right perfectly sideways here. And you go like this. And you go like that. And then you could take this skull cap here and you could create. Let's see the other side though. Make sure I didn't. Oh. No, let's close that. Let's see if the other side, if I really messed it up. So if I turn this a little bit like that, then I can grab this control and come in here a little bit closer. So that I don't grab the other ear. Like this. Okay, and now we have the skull. Oh, I have the strand-based hair. I have to grab the skull. I messed up. Okay, right. Let's try this again. Control. Okay, now we have the actual skull. Cap. Hold control. Okay. That's not grabbing it's not giving us a really. Now what you can do, okay, I have an idea, all right? Instead of this, because I was going to make this just a whole other, and then we could change this. But what you do is you just take any other hair. Okay, let's go out of here. You just take another hair, like hair, and you put that on them, like Donnie hair, and put that on him, like this. And then you can make base and turn the hair off. And then you have the skull cap from that. See if I turn this off, I have the skull cap from the downy hair. And that works. So, yeah, or you can take this Donnie hair and you can. That's a lesson that I learned from a video, and the guy who made this video was like gets employed with all the big companies like Pixar, and he just says I use like 2 hairs all the time. I never, almost never just use one hair on the same figure. And it's like if you have hair like this where you take, I'll save this hair because I don't really like the way it's so thin up at the, see, this blender hair is going to be so much better to work with. And I'm going to be learning Blender hair, because and figure out how to bring it in. Yeah, it does help. Is having a skull cap underneath the hair. That's, you have to have a skull cap. So, and I don't see anything here addressing a skull cap. That it's not like, it's just like not putting a skull cap there. Let's see. Create would be edit, object, geometry. Okay, object, edit, strand-based hair. Yeah, there's global settings. It doesn't, nothing has anything to do with the skull cap. And this is like, it's like you're creating the skull cap here. Show style follicles. Show, okay, you can actually show all surfaces. Oh, that's for the body. You don't need that. Midpoint. Opacity, radius. Oh, that's the radius of this. Fall off, spacing. Okay, that's the brush value. Texture sets, gray. I don't know where you get other texture sets. There is a density. I guess you can make the density really dense here. Except, let's see how dense this makes it. Well, that's not too bad. That's pretty cool. It gets to the point where it's so dense that, and it looks very fine. It's like 80 million hair follicles. So, yeah, that's not bad though. So what I was going to say about using two hairs, it's like you go here and you find a hair that is, I'm constantly finding hair for sale, like this hair. Okay, this hair is, it's kind of terrible because it kind of makes your guy look like a stooge, because it's just the way the hair is sitting on the top of the head and there's no hair on the side, and it kind of looks goofy. All right, so you just come in and you grab something with nice hair on the side. Same with this hair. Just any hair that's like only on the top, you just grab something with some nice hair on the side. And which there's not a lot to choose from. That's the problem, is that a lot of people make hair and just don't put any on the side. And let's see. It is. All right, let's try this. Let's just put this on. Let's see, Genesis 8 male. It's very short, and it's usually like sawn off on the sides. And I guess it's easier, okay, Genesis 8 male, to do it that way. So let's see if this works. But yeah, it's like that was like a big revelation when I heard that it was a YouTube video. This really, really successful animator artist, and just said, I always use combined hair. And it's just the way to fix hair that doesn't doesn't have exactly what you want in it. And this is not dForce hair. So you can see how they just mix together. And so you just take and then you have to get the same color, and we'll go back to the other hair here. Which one is that? That's this one. Where is it? This one. Materials. And let's go to the hair part. Let's try this brown. Now you can barely see that they're together. And then what you can do, but what you do is you take now this hair and you go into your tools. You go into your mesh grabber and you take that hair like this. Okay, oh, that's mesh grabber. Wrong one. Okay, you go to geometry editor and you come in here like this. You go visibility, hide selected polygons. And now you've got something that's kind of melded in together. Hide. And now all we've got to do is match the color. And you do that here in surfaces, hair. Oh, and this is complicated. We got the hair. We got two skull caps here, but one's covering the other probably. And we go in here to the base color and the translucency color. We make the translucency color a little darker. Until they fit. A little more. Let's take some of the base color down too. Now it's got too much green. A little bit, take some of the green out. Oh. Too much green here. Oh. Still got too much green. Where's all the green coming from? Glossy color. Well, what you do is you bring the red up. The blue up. See what this side looks like. We got too much red there. I don't know if this is working. This isn't working too well. But what you do then here is you got to match the color and the color, okay? Once we match the color, let's try matching it with my color thing. because this, I think that is a PBR hair color, and it's like PBR has a lot more parameters. Okay, let's go a little darker. Okay, what we do here is we just push this down in with the mesh grabber. Twizzled. Well, this has got a little more clumping than this. So it's they're not fitting together too well, but we go into, there's still a few tricks we can do with this. We go to mesh grabber. We just click this like this and push that in. Push it in like this. You see that? Now it's kind of in. We don't want to use his push his head in. Yeah, I don't know that this is going to work. Okay, now I'm moving his skull. I keep doing that. Undo. Because I moved his hair. Okay. Let's try again with this. I don't think this is going to work. We're trying to use two different kinds of hair. I mean, like styles of hair. But we'll see if it's possible. No, it doesn't look like they're going to mesh together, but it's kind of working. Oh, now it's doing his head again. Edit. Okay. Well, this particular hair isn't working that well, but let's see what we can do here. Just mess with it a little bit, give it a kind of a fair trying to shake. But no, it's just this one isn't working at all. But let's see, we have other options. Something maybe shorter that's strand-based. Ralph. Oh, here's something perfect. Okay, this ash hair. will work, because it's going to give him something a little more substantial on the side. Okay. And this has some, I think, some styles with it. This ash hair is really good hair. There we go. I don't know that that's going to work either. But let's see if we can darken it up some. Let's see. We go into the parameters, and okay, I think first thing we go into the surfaces, ash hair, the scalp. Okay, and we just darken it up a little bit. The base. See, that mixes right in. And this, I don't believe is... So that works like perfectly, except for this spray of hair in the front. We can go a little darker. And there it is. And now we just take and cut this spray out of the front here with our mesh grabber tool settings, not mesh grabber, geometry editor. Come up here like this. And we go to visibility. I don't think that worked. No, it did, it did something, but it... I think that's what I'd cut. That's a Z. I think you have to go back here to geometry editing, visibility, show all polygons. Okay. How to hide that, I'm not sure. I think we might be able to do it. Geometry editor. Okay, that's the scalp. This is the hair. Okay. And I don't know, this might be... Okay, you come down through here. No, this is dForce hair. That's why it won't let me touch it. It'll let you edit the scalp, but it won't let you edit the... This looks like it was made in the Daz, but it's probably Blender hair. I think all this hair is now Blender. That's what sucks with dForce hair, is you can't edit it. I wish Daz would like open that up. Oh, the reason why is because dForce hair isn't actually an object, or it's not actually a strand or something. It's something else. It doesn't have geometry, believe it or not, and I don't know what that means, but it doesn't have geometry. So it's just a matter of getting the right kind of why is this turned off now? Okay. back to here. And we went back to this hair. I'm bound and determined to make this hair work with something. Genesis 9. I've still got his head selected. Not sure why, but let's go to tool settings. I didn't create a surface from that. Okay, now it's unselected. All right, that's weird that it remembers the selection. And now we go back in here. Now we're never going to match something with this color blonde. Blonde is the hardest color to get to look natural on your figures. Every once in a while it just works like immediately, but usually it doesn't. And I think Daz has worked on getting more natural looking blondes. Colors. Okay, all right, go a little darker. Match his eyebrows a little better. Okay, and then we're going to find something that works with this. This will work. Buzz cut. Well, all right, let's see if we got, I think we have some options with this. Buzz cut. Eve, you have a great, great sleep tonight. And, okay, there we got it. Oh, this is another dForce hair. It won't work because we can't. Oh, darn Z. Oh, I think I put it on the dForce. That's why. Okay, have a great sleep tonight. Thanks for hanging with me. Very nice to have you here. Very nice. I'm glad you caught me. It's very nice. I'm not going to be much longer. And it's calling me to sleep myself very soon. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, this will work. Okay, this will work because this hair will come up and just kind of fit in. And this one I don't think is dForce. No, it's not. So we'll just grab him here. Put this on. We got to fit it to him. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, it's been fun having you here. We had a few laughs along the way. That's very nice. I'm going to go to bed and dream about coat hanger trees. So, yeah, so nobody knew it was a thing. But, yeah. Yeah, but they are. There we go. Let's see. There it is. See, it just gives us the sides we needed. See that? Gives us a little bit of curl in there. Now all we got to do is match the color, which won't be that hard. That looks pretty good. And let's take this, and the curl in the front fits. And it takes that hair and just gives it, that reminds me a little bit of the secret agent hair, is it? Or that's really, I've used that a million times in scenes. So we need a little bit more red in here, a little less green. We could do it that way. So this doesn't have the, okay, so we go here and we go a little bit more red. And that's the hair root color. A little more red there. A little more red here. That's a little too much. There. That matches. The problem is his hair is like just too dark for his eyebrows. So we should just take it all down a little bit like this. A little more. And we'll take the other hair down. This hair with surfaces. Base color. This is going to have several. Oh gosh, we got the front and all the sides and everything. I think you can do this like this. Where's the actual color? Hair back. Okay. Oh, you can just tint it with this. Okay, so you just go top coat color. We just bring it down. The translucency color, just if you bring it down, it'll all come down. There, it darkens it. We can darken this a little bit. Now it matches his eyebrows. Sorta. Now it's as the Zenti hair is too dark. Too light. We go here. Hair root color. Let's bring that down. And the tip color. There we go. And that matches his eyes. You can't tell. Well, there's a little bit of, still a little bit of red in there. Root transmission color. Let's go a little more into the brown. It's still the tip color. It's too much red. And now there's too much red here. And we do that by just bringing this down a bit. Okay. Oh, it was nice. Everybody's gone. Thanks for hanging out with me, people. You guys are awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay, I don't know if I'm on the tip of the hair. Okay. Yeah, this is it. The glossy color. Let's try to bring this down. No, it's not coming down, so there's something down here that's top coat. Bring the top coat down. Yeah, that brought it down more to black. Transmitted color. Which one's a... Okay, that's a Zenti. They do work together well. And then again, you can just take and come in here with the Zenti hair and just hide some of it, like here. A little more of it like this. Hide. Geometry visibility. Crash. Well, all right. That's going to do it for me. All right. Thank you. It was awesome having Eve and Art here tonight, and Angus, my buddy. So, take care, people. Thank you very much for hanging out with me, and I will see you again in the next awesome tutorial. This is EZ3DTV saying so long for now. I hope you found some fun stuff, interesting stuff in this, and just different ways to do stuff. Okay, so thanks again for watching, and I will see you again in the next video. And it's been an awesome 6 hours live with you all. Have a good night. Eve, Art, Angus, sleep tight, dear friends. And I will see you again soon. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you very much for watching. We'll switch over to the other. See if I can get this volume here. All right. Take care. Bye-bye.